Hello guys, welcome back to Potter Paradox. If you enjoy this story, please like and subscribe. Let's begin.
What if the Whomping Willow swallowed Harry and he lived in the Shrieking Shack with a werewolf pack? Chapter 1. The Willow's secret. Harry sprinted across the Hogwarts grounds, his firebolt clutched tightly in one hand. The midnight Quidditch practice had been his idea. Wood was going mental about their upcoming match against Hufflepuff, but staying out this late had definitely been a mistake. Stupid, 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 he muttered, breath fogging in the frigid January air. The moon peeked through scattered clouds, casting just enough light for Harry to see where he was going. He'd nearly made it back to the castle when the air suddenly dropped 20 degrees. His breath caught in his lungs. The familiar, horrible cold washed over him like a bucket of ice water. Dementors. He skidded to a halt, nearly falling face-first into the frost-covered grass. 3 hooded figures glided across the grounds toward him, their rattling breath audible even from this distance. Not again, Harry hissed, fumbling for his wand. Professor Lupin had been teaching him the Patronus charm, but he wasn't ready, not against 3 of them. Harry backed away, mind racing. The castle was too far. Hagrid's hut was dark. He must be out in the forest. The Whomping Willow loomed behind him, its gnarled branches swaying gently despite the lack of wind. The Dementors drew closer. Images flickered through Harry's mind, his mother screaming, green light, high cold laughter. No. Harry turned and sprinted toward the willow. It was mad, but maybe he could dart between its branches, use it as cover. Anything was better than facing those hooded horrors again. The willow sensed his approach. Its branches tensed, then began to thrash wildly. Harry ducked under the first swing, rolled away from the second. He'd done this before, back when he and Ron had crashed the Ford Anglia. There was a knot at the base of the tree that would freeze it. If he could just reach it, a branch caught him across the back, sending him sprawling. His firebolt flew from his grasp. Harry scrambled to his feet, glasses askew, just as another branch whipped toward his head. He dropped flat, feeling it whistle over him. The Dementors were 20 yards away now. Harry could feel their cold pulling at him, draining every happy thought. Expecto, he tried, but the spell fizzled weakly from his wand. No good. He couldn't focus. Harry lunged for the knot at the base of the tree, fingers outstretched. Just as his hand brushed against rough bark, the ground beneath him shifted. What had seemed solid earth suddenly gave way like quicksand. What the? Harry gasped as the hollow beneath the willow's roots expanded, soil and stones crumbling away. He tried to scramble back, but a massive root curled around his ankle and yanked. Harry fell forward into darkness, his shout cut short as dirt filled his mouth. The world spun wildly as he was pulled underground, dragged through earth and rock that parted like water around him. He clutched his wand desperately, unable to breathe, unable to see. Just when his lungs felt ready to burst, he shot out into open air, tumbling across a hard wooden floor. Harry coughed violently, spitting dirt and wiping his streaming eyes. What the hell was that? He croaked, pushing himself up on shaky arms. He'd traveled through the secret tunnel from the willow before, but never like this. It was as if the tree itself had swallowed him whole and spat him out somewhere deep within the passageway. Harry squinted in the gloom, trying to get his bearings. He wasn't in the tunnel at all. This was a room, a dusty, dilapidated room with boarded windows and broken furniture. He recognized it immediately. The Shrieking Shack. But something was different. The place wasn't empty anymore. A fire crackled in the previously defunct fireplace, casting dancing shadows across the walls. The broken furniture had been repaired or replaced. Worn but clean rugs covered portions of the floor. And there were signs of habitation everywhere, books stacked on tables, dishes on shelves, cloaks hanging from pegs. Someone, or something, was living here. Harry got to his feet, wand at the ready. His firebolt was gone, left behind on the grounds. His robes were torn and filthy from his underground journey. As he brushed himself off, he became aware of a sound from the next room, voices. He crept toward the partially open door, heart hammering. He recognized the sound of the Shrieking shack settling, its ancient timbers creaking in the wind. But beneath that came the unmistakable murmur of conversation. Harry reached the door and peered through the crack. The room beyond had been transformed from the shambles he remembered into something almost homey. Mismatched furniture was arranged around another fireplace. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books, jars, and containers. And seated around a large table were 5 people, no, not people, Harry realized with a jolt. Werewolves. He knew instantly, though he couldn't have explained how. Maybe it was something in their posture, a certain predatory grace even while sitting still. Maybe it was the scars that marked each face, or the way their eyes caught the firelight with an amber gleam. They weren't transformed, the full moon was still a week away, but Harry had no doubt what they were. His mind flashed to Professor Lupin's gaunt face, the scars, the sick days that always coincided with the full moon. "Don't care what Dumbledore says," a burly man with a thick grey beard was saying. "Having a fugitive hanging around is too risky." "Sirius won't bring us trouble," replied a woman with dark hair streaked with silver. "He's been careful." "Careful," snorted a younger man with a jagged scar across his throat. "He broke into Hogwarts. Twice." "He was after the rat," said the fourth, a wiry man with close-cropped hair and skin so dark it seemed to absorb the firelight. "Pettigrew's not worth exposing us all," said the bearded man. "Remus, you know I'm right." Harry froze. "Remus? As in Professor Lupin?" He leaned forward, trying to see the 5th person at the table. The floorboard beneath him creaked loudly. 5 heads snapped toward the door, 5 pairs of eyes gleaming in the firelight. Harry stumbled back, but it was too late. The door flew open. The bearded man stood there, massive and menacing, amber eyes narrowed to slits. "Well," he growled, "looks like we have a visitor." Harry raised his wand, backing away. "I didn't mean to intrude." You'll just nothing, boy." The man advanced, movements fluid and predatory. "How did you find this place? Who sent you?" "No one, I was being chased by Dementors, the Willow, Fenrir, wait." The 5th person stepped into view, and Harry's suspicions were confirmed. Professor Lupin looked shocked, but not hostile. "Harry?" "Professor." Harry sagged with relief. "I'm sorry, I didn't know, there were Dementors on the grounds, and Dementors?" Lupin's expression sharpened. "Outside the boundaries again?" "Dumbledore needs to be told." "You know this cub," the one called Fenrir demanded. "He's a student." "Harry Potter." A ripple went through the group. The dark-haired woman gasped softly. "Potter?" Fenrir's eyes narrowed. "James Potter's boy?" "Yes," Lupin said cautiously. "Harry, why don't you come in and sit down? I think we have some explaining to do." "Remus." Fenrir growled. "You can't be serious. He's a wizard child. He'll expose us." "He's James and Lily's son," Lupin said firmly. "And I trust him." Harry hesitated, wand still raised. Part of him wanted to bolt for the tunnel, race back to Hogwarts, and pretend none of this had happened. But another part, the part that always got him into trouble, was desperately curious. "I won't tell anyone," he promised. "I already knew you were a werewolf, Professor. I figured it out." Lupin smiled faintly. "Clever, like your mother. Come in, Harry. The Dementors can't reach you here." Harry stepped cautiously into the room. The 4 werewolves watched him with varying expressions, curiosity, suspicion, outright hostility from Fenrir. "Sit," Lupin gestured to an empty chair. "I should introduce you. This is Fenrir, our second-in-command," Fenrir cut in, eyes still fixed on Harry. "Yes," Lupin nodded. "And Kira," the dark-haired woman, Darren, the man with the throat scar, and Ellis, the dark-skinned man. "Nice to meet you," Harry said awkwardly. "I really didn't mean to intrude." "How exactly did you get in?" Ellis asked, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "The passage is hidden." "The willow?" "I don't know. It grabbed me and pulled me underground. It was like the earth just opened up." The werewolves exchanged surprised looks. "The tree recognized you," Kira said softly. "It only does that for Pack." "Pack? But I'm not." "No, but your father was Pack friend," Lupin explained. "He, Sirius, and Peter became animagi to keep me company during full moons. The willow was planted when I came to Hogwarts, to guard the secret passage to this place where I could transform safely." "So you've been using the shack as a werewolf hideout?" Harry asked. "Not until recently," Lupin said. "After I left school, I was on my own for many years. But when Dumbledore offered me the defense position, it gave me a chance to reclaim this space. And to offer shelter to others like me who needed it." "Your kind doesn't exactly welcome us," Fenrir said bluntly. "Especially now, with these new ministry restrictions." "Fenrir," Lupin warned, but the burly werewolf continued. "He should know what his wizard government does to us. Branded like cattle, unable to get jobs, homes, medical care, it's awful," Harry agreed, surprising them. "Hermione told me about the registry and the laws. It's not fair." Fenrir blinked, clearly not expecting that response. "We're cautious about visitors, Harry," Lupin explained. "The shack has become something of a sanctuary. Not just for me during full moons, but for others who have nowhere else to go." "Like a werewolf safe house," Harry said, understanding dawning. "Exactly. Dumbledore knows, of course. He's been extraordinarily supportive. But if the ministry discovered we were living here, so close to the school..." Harry nodded grimly. "They'd kick you out. Or worse. So you see why we're concerned about you stumbling in," Kira said, her tone softer than Fenrir's but no less serious. "I won't tell anyone," Harry promised again. "Honestly." Darren, who had been silent, suddenly stiffened. His head turned toward one of the boarded windows. "Someone's coming." The others tensed immediately. Lupin drew his wand. "Harry, stay back," he ordered, no longer the mild professor but something fiercer, more authoritative. Harry gripped his wand tighter as the werewolves moved with silent coordination. Ellis and Kira flanked the door while Fenrir and Darren took positions near the windows. Lupin stood in the center of the room, a calm focal point amid the sudden tension. Footsteps sounded on the creaking stairs outside. Harry's heart raced. Had the Dementors somehow followed him? Or worse, had Snape tracked him here? The door burst open. A tall, emaciated man with long, matted black hair stood framed in the doorway. His sunken eyes darted around the room, widening when they landed on Harry. "What's he doing here?" Sirius Black demanded. Harry's wand snapped up instinctively. "You." "Harry, wait." Lupin moved between them. "It's not what you think. He killed my parents. He betrayed them to Voldemort." Harry tried to aim around Lupin, but the professor firmly blocked his way. "No, he didn't," Lupin said firmly. "Harry, listen to me. Sirius is innocent." "Innocent?" Harry nearly choked on the word. "He's a murderer. He killed 13 people with one curse." "I didn't kill anyone," Black said hoarsely. His eyes never left Harry's face. "Except in my dreams, where I kill Peter Pettigrew over and over." "Pettigrew's dead." "You killed him." "He's alive," Black spat. "The rat is very much alive and hiding at Hogwarts. I've been trying to get to him, not to you." Harry stared in disbelief. "That's mad. Pettigrew died 12 years ago. Everyone knows that." Everyone is wrong, Lupin said quietly. We were all wrong, Harry. I believed Sirius was guilty for 12 years, until he showed me proof. What proof? Harry demanded. Black reached slowly into his tattered robes and withdrew a crumpled piece of newspaper. He held it out. This. Harry cautiously took the paper, keeping his wand trained on Black. It was a clipping from the Daily Prophet, the Weasleys in Egypt from last summer. Ron stood front and center, Scabbers perched on his shoulder. That's Ron's pet rat, Harry said, confused. What's that got to do with anything? Look at its front paw, Black said urgently. It's missing a toe. Harry peered at the image. It was hard to tell, but Scabbers did seem to be missing a toe on one front paw. So. All they found of Peter Pettigrew was a finger, Black said. Just one finger, conveniently cut off before he transformed and fled into the sewers. Transformed? Harry looked between Black and Lupin, comprehension dawning. You're saying Pettigrew was an animagus too? A rat? Yes, Lupin said. As Sirius was a dog and your father a stag. They learned the skill to keep me company during full moons. We called ourselves the Marauders, Black added, a haunted smile crossing his gaunt face. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Harry's mind was reeling. But that would mean, if Pettigrew's alive. He was the secret keeper, Harry, Black said, his voice cracking with emotion. Not me. We switched at the last moment. I thought it was clever, who would suspect weak, talentless Peter? But he was working for Voldemort the whole time. Harry shook his head, trying to process this bombshell. You're saying Ron's rat. Scabbers, is actually Peter Pettigrew? An animagus who betrayed my parents and framed you for his crimes? Yes. Black moved forward eagerly. You believe me? Harry hesitated. It sounded insane. And yet, it explained so much. Why Black had broken into Gryffindor Tower instead of attacking Harry. Why he'd stood over Ron's bed with a knife. We can prove it, Lupin said. The animagus reversal spell will force him back to human form. If Sirius is right, and that rat is Peter. Then Sirius is innocent, Harry finished. And the real traitor has been sleeping in my dormitory for 3 years. The thought made him feel physically ill. All those times Scabbers had been near him, watching him. I need to get that rat, Harry decided abruptly. Tonight. Harry, no, Lupin said firmly. It's too dangerous. If Peter realizes we're onto him, he'll disappear for good. We need a plan, Fenrir spoke up, reminding Harry that the other werewolves were still present. They'd been watching the exchange with intense interest. A proper ambush. I've been trying that, Black said bitterly. The fat lady wouldn't let me in without the password. Then when I finally got it, the boy woke up before I could grab the rat. You scared Ron half to death, Harry pointed out. I wasn't thinking clearly, Black admitted. 12 years in Azkaban, it affects the mind. Harry studied the haggard man before him. This was his father's best friend. His godfather. The thought sent a strange pang through his chest. If what you're saying is true, Harry said slowly, then you're innocent. You never betrayed my parents. Never, Black's voice broke. James was my brother in all but blood. I would have died before betraying him. Something in his desperate sincerity struck Harry. He lowered his wand slightly. I want to believe you. That's all I ask, Black said hoarsely. A chance to prove it. A sudden thought struck Harry. The map. The Marauders' map would show Pettigrew. Lupin's eyes widened. You have the map. How? Fred and George Weasley gave it to me. It shows everyone in Hogwarts, where they are, what they're doing. If Pettigrew is really Scabbers, he'll show up on the map. Brilliant! Black exclaimed. That's exactly what we need. But I left it in my trunk, Harry said, frustrated. Along with my invisibility cloak. Your father's cloak, Black said with a sad smile. He'd be proud to see you using it for mischief. We'll get them, Lupin decided. But not tonight. It's nearly morning, and you've been missed by now, Harry. You need to get back to the castle. How? The Dementors are still out there. I'll escort you, Lupin said. As a professor, I can conjure a Patronus to keep them at bay. And what about me? Harry gestured to his filthy, torn robes. I look like I've been dragged through a tunnel. Which I have. Kira stood. I can help with that. She drew her wand and approached Harry carefully. May I? Harry nodded, and she performed a series of cleaning and mending charms that left his robes looking presentable, if not perfect. Thank you, he said, surprised. She smiled, the expression transforming her stern face. Werewolves get dirty too, you know. We're not all feral monsters living in caves. I never thought you were, Harry said honestly. Fenrir snorted. You're the exception, then. Harry, Lupin said, checking his battered pocket watch. We need to go. It's nearly dawn. Harry nodded, but hesitated. Can I come back? I want to hear more, and to help catch Pettigrew. The werewolves exchanged looks. Even Black seemed uncertain. It's risky, Ellis said finally. But if the Willow let him in. He's pack friend by blood, Kira added. And we could use an inside man at Hogwarts. I don't like it, Fenrir growled. He's just a cub. A cub who's faced Voldemort twice and lived, Black pointed out. James's son is made of stern stuff. We'll discuss it, Lupin said diplomatically. For now, let's focus on getting you back safely. Harry said quick goodbyes to the others, including an awkward nod to Black. He still wasn't entirely convinced of the man's innocence, but the evidence was compelling enough that he was willing to hear more. Lupin led him through the shack, down into a different passage than the one Harry had arrived through. This will take us out near the edge of the forest, Lupin explained. Less chance of being seen than going through the willow. As they walked, Harry's mind buzzed with questions. Professor, how long has the shack been a werewolf sanctuary? Only since September. When Dumbledore hired me, I approached him about using it again. I'd heard rumors of werewolves being rounded up, new restrictions from the ministry. Dumbledore agreed it could serve a greater purpose. And Sirius? When did he show up? Just before Christmas. Nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought he'd come to finish the job, kill the last remaining friend who could identify him. Lupin's face darkened with remembered fear. Instead, he showed me that newspaper clipping and told me a story so outlandish I almost didn't believe it. But then I started to think, to remember, little inconsistencies that had bothered me for years. So you trust him completely now? Lupin hesitated. I trust that he didn't betray your parents or kill those muggles. The rest. 12 years in Azkaban changes a person, Harry. The Sirius I knew was reckless but not cruel. Now he's driven by revenge. It concerns me. Harry nodded, understanding. And the others? Fenrir doesn't seem to like wizards much. With good reason, Lupin sighed. Fenrir has suffered greatly at wizarding hands. All of them have. Ellis lost his teaching position when his condition was discovered. Kira's children were taken from her. Darren can barely speak after a concerned citizen tried to cut his throat during his transformation. That's horrible, Harry said, genuinely appalled. It's the reality for most werewolves, Lupin said grimly. I was fortunate. My parents protected me. Dumbledore gave me an education when others would have barred the door. But even with those advantages, I've lived on the margins of society. No steady work, no home of my own until now. They reached the end of the tunnel. Lupin paused, wand ready. Stay behind me. The Dementors may still be patrolling. He pushed open a concealed door in what appeared to be the hollow base of an ancient oak tree. The gray light of early dawn filtered through the trees. Lupin stepped out cautiously, Harry following. The forest was quiet except for early birdsong. No sign of Dementors. We're clear, Lupin murmured. The castle is that way, about 10 minutes' walk. Keep to the tree line until you're past the lake, then make for the main entrance. You're not coming. Best if we're not seen together just now. I'll circle around and come in through the staff entrance. If anyone asks where you've been, say you went for an early morning fly and got lost in the fog. Harry nodded. When can I come back to the shack? Lupin hesitated. Give me a few days to discuss it with the others. This weekend, perhaps. After dinner on Saturday, go to the Whomping Willow and touch the largest root. If the tree accepts you again, it means we've agreed you can return. And if it tries to smash me to bits? Lupin smiled wryly. Then run very fast in the opposite direction. Harry grinned. Fair enough. Harry. Lupin's expression grew serious. What you've discovered, it puts you in a difficult position. You have knowledge that could help clear an innocent man, but sharing it would endanger others who trust you. I understand. I won't tell anyone. He paused. Except maybe Ron and Hermione. I tell them everything. Lupin looked troubled. Even that could be risky. Remember, Pettigrew is hiding as Ron's pet. If he suspects we're onto him. Right, Harry nodded. I'll be careful what I say around Ron, then. But I trust Hermione completely. Very well. Use your judgment. But please, be cautious. Lives depend on it, including your own. With that ominous warning, Lupin melted back into the forest, leaving Harry to make his way to the castle alone. His mind was reeling with everything he'd learned. Werewolves living in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius Black, innocent of betraying his parents. And Peter Pettigrew, the real traitor, hiding as Ron's pet rat for years. It was almost too much to believe. Almost. Harry reached the castle without incident and slipped inside. It was early enough that few students were about. He made it to Gryffindor Tower and gave the password to a sleepy fat lady. The common room was empty except for Hermione, curled in an armchair with Crookshanks and surrounded by books. She looked up as he entered. Harry. Where have you been? You look awful. Thanks, he said dryly, dropping into the chair across from her. Early morning flying practice. Got a bit rough. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. In your school robes? Without your broom? Harry winced. He'd forgotten about the firebolt, still lying on the grounds near the Whomping Willow. I dropped it. I'll get it later. He quickly changed the subject. Why are you up so early? Couldn't sleep. I've been researching werewolf legislation. She gestured to the books around her. It's absolutely barbaric, Harry. Did you know werewolves can't legally adopt children? Or that employers can fire them without cause if their condition is discovered? Harry thought of Kira, whose children had been taken away. Of Ellis, who'd lost his teaching job. It's not right, he agreed quietly. I'm going to help Professor Lupin, she declared, stroking Crookshanks absently. There must be legal precedent for challenging these laws. I just need to find it. Harry smiled despite his exhaustion. Trust Hermione to already be working on the problem. That's brilliant, Hermione. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. She beamed, then frowned as she looked him over. You really do look terrible. Are you sure you're all right? Just tired, he assured her. Think I'll grab a few hours sleep before breakfast. He stood, then hesitated. Part of him desperately wanted to tell Hermione everything, about the shack, the werewolves, Sirius, Pettigrew. But Lupin's warning rang in his ears. Not yet. Not until he was sure. Hermione. What would you say if I told you someone everyone thought was guilty might actually be innocent? She looked up sharply. What do you mean? Who? Just, hypothetically. If evidence came up that changed everything you thought you knew about a case. Would you be willing to hear it out? Even if it sounded crazy? Hermione closed her book slowly. This isn't hypothetical, is it? This is about Sirius Black. Harry stared at her. How did you've been obsessed with him all year. And now you're asking about wrongful convictions right after mysteriously disappearing all night. She raised an eyebrow. I can connect dots, Harry. It's complicated, he said evasively. I'm not ready to explain yet. But I will. Soon. Just, keep an open mind, okay? She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. All right. But please be careful, Harry. Whatever you're mixed up in. I'm being careful, he promised. And thanks. For trusting me. She smiled. That's what friends do. Harry headed up to his dormitory, his thoughts still whirling. Ron was snoring peacefully, Scabbers curled up on his pillow. Harry stared at the rat, searching for any sign of humanity in the small, sleeping form. Could it really be Pettigrew? The man who betrayed his parents and framed his godfather. Only one way to find out. He'd get the Marauder's map tonight and check. If a dot labeled Peter Pettigrew appeared in Gryffindor Tower, he'd have his proof. And then? Well, then things would get interesting. Harry collapsed onto his bed without bothering to change, too exhausted to stay awake any longer. His last thought before sleep claimed him was of the strange, mismatched family he'd discovered in the Shrieking Shack, and how, for reasons he couldn't quite articulate, it already felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. The next few days passed in a blur of classes, homework, and secret planning. Harry kept a close eye on Scabbers, who seemed increasingly nervous and sickly. Whenever Harry approached, the rat would skitter away and hide. He's not been right since Egypt, Ron complained over breakfast Thursday morning. Losing weight, losing hair. Percy's old tonic doesn't help at all. Maybe he's just getting old, Harry suggested, trying to sound casual. How long have you had him? Ages. He was Percy's first, and Percy had him for years before passing him to me when he got his owl. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. Rats typically lived 2 to 3 years. Scabbers had to be at least 7 or 8 by now, probably older. That's unusual longevity for a rat, isn't it? Ron shrugged. Dunno. Magical pets live longer, don't they? Look at Filch's cat, that thing's ancient and still terrorizing students. Harry said nothing, but his suspicions grew stronger. Later that evening, he pulled out the Marauder's map and whispered, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The familiar line spread across the parchment, forming the detailed layout of Hogwarts. Harry searched the Gryffindor Tower, heart pounding as he located the third-year boys' dormitory. 5 dots were clustered there, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom. No Peter Pettigrew. Harry frowned, confused. Scabbers was definitely in the room, curled up in Ron's pocket. He checked the map again, scanning every inch of the dormitory. Nothing. Had Black and Lupin been wrong? Or was the map malfunctioning? Harry folded it away, troubled and uncertain. He'd need to check again, maybe when Scabbers was out in the open. Friday afternoon brought double potions with the Slytherins. Harry's mind was elsewhere as he mechanically chopped ingredients for his shrinking solution. Potter. Snape's voice cracked like a whip, jerking Harry back to attention. The potion's master loomed over his cauldron, lip curled in distaste. Your inattention is even more pronounced than usual today. Perhaps you'd care to share what fascinating thoughts are distracting you from your abysmal attempt at brewing. Nothing, Professor, Harry muttered. Nothing, sir, Snape corrected silkily. Your potion is the wrong shade entirely. It should be acid green, not this sickly yellow. That's a 0 for today, Potter. Malfoy sniggered from across the room. Harry gritted his teeth but didn't argue. His potion was indeed the wrong color, and arguing would only cost Gryffindor points. As he packed up his supplies, Snape spoke again. Potter, stay after class. Harry's heart sank. What now? He nodded resignedly and waved Ron and Hermione ahead when the bell rang. When the classroom emptied, Snape closed the door with a flick of his wand and fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. You were seen returning to the castle at dawn on Wednesday, Potter. Explain. Harry's mind raced. I was out flying, sir. Early practice. Without your broom? Curious method of flying. Harry silently cursed. Someone had seen him coming back from the forest. I dropped it. Had to go back for it later. Indeed. Snape's black eyes bored into him. And your excursion had nothing to do with the fact that Professor Lupin was also absent from the castle that night? Harry kept his face carefully blank. Why would it, sir? Do not play games with me, Potter. I know you've been meeting with Lupin for remedial lessons. Now you're both seen returning separately at dawn, looking as though you've spent the night crawling through tunnels. The Dementor lessons are going well, sir, thank you for asking, Harry said, unable to resist the impertinence. Snape's eyes flashed dangerously. 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek. I am warning you, Potter. Whatever you and Lupin are involved in, I will discover it. And if I find you out of bounds again, wandering the grounds after curfew, the consequences will be severe. Yes, sir, Harry said, keeping his tone neutral. Dismissed. Harry hurried from the classroom, mind whirling. Snape was suspicious, and not just of him, of Lupin too. That could be dangerous for everyone at the shack. Saturday couldn't come fast enough. After dinner, Harry slipped out of the castle under his invisibility cloak. The Marauder's map was tucked safely in his pocket, along with his wand. This time, he left the firebolt behind. The grounds were quiet in the early evening darkness. No sign of Dementors, thankfully. Harry approached the Whomping Willow cautiously, remembering Lupin's instructions. He removed the cloak and reached for the largest root at the base of the tree. The willow quivered, its branches swaying slightly. Harry braced himself, ready to leap away if it attacked. Instead, the ground beneath the root softened. Not the violent swallowing of his first visit, but a gentle invitation, the earth parting to reveal a passageway large enough to slip through. Harry grinned. The pack had accepted him. He pulled the cloak back on and slid into the opening. This time, the journey was smoother, a sloping earthen tunnel that he could walk through, hunched over. It wasn't the same passage he'd taken with Lupin. This one seemed newer, raw earth rather than the worn stone of the older tunnel. After about 5 minutes of awkward crouching, the passage widened and Harry emerged into what appeared to be a cellar beneath the Shrieking shack. Rough wooden stairs led upward. He climbed them quietly, listening for voices. The main floor of the shack was empty, but he could hear movement above. Harry climbed another set of stairs and found himself in a hallway. Light spilled from a partly open door at the end, along with the murmur of conversation. He removed the cloak and knocked gently on the door frame. The room fell silent. Then Lupin's voice called, "Come in, Harry." Harry pushed the door open. The room was larger than the one he'd seen on his first visit, probably magically expanded. It resembled a combination of common room and war council chamber. Maps covered one wall, with pins marking locations across Britain. A large table dominated the center, surrounded by chairs. Bookshelves lined another wall, while a comfortable seating area with worn sofas and armchairs filled the far corner. Lupin, Black, and the 4 werewolves from before were present, along with 3 others Harry hadn't met. They all turned to look at him as he entered. "Right on time," Lupin said warmly. "The willow let you through, I see." "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Different passage than before, though. The tree creates new paths for those it accepts," Ellis explained. "No 2 pack members use exactly the same tunnel. Come, sit." Kira patted the empty chair beside her. "We were just discussing you, actually." "Me?" Harry asked warily, taking the offered seat. "Your proposal to help us catch Pettigrew," Black said from his position by the fireplace. He looked marginally better than before, still gaunt but cleaner, his wild hair tied back. "Did you check the map?" "I did," Harry nodded. "But that's the strange thing. He didn't show up on it." "What?" Black straightened, alarmed. "That's impossible. The map never lies. Could he be blocking it somehow?" Lupin frowned. Or perhaps he's already fled," Fenrir growled. "If he suspects we're onto him, no, he's still there," Harry said quickly. "I've seen Scabbers multiple times since Wednesday. He's definitely in Gryffindor Tower." "Then why wouldn't the map show him?" Black demanded. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I was hoping you might." Lupin and Black exchanged troubled looks. "We need to see for ourselves," Lupin decided. "If Peter's found a way to hide from the map, we'd need to get into Gryffindor Tower," Black pointed out. "I tried that. Twice." "Not necessarily," Harry said slowly. "Ron brings Scabbers everywhere. All we'd need to do is catch him somewhere isolated, like during a Hogsmeade weekend." "The next one's not for 2 weeks," Lupin said. "And we need a safe place to confront him," Kira added. "Somewhere private but secure, where he can't escape if the spell works and he transforms." "Here," Darren suggested, his voice a raspy whisper from his throat injury. "Bring him here." "Too risky," Ellis shook his head. "If we're wrong, we've exposed our sanctuary for nothing." "We're not wrong," Black insisted. "It's Peter. I'd stake my life on it." "You already have," Fenrir said dryly. One of the werewolves Harry hadn't met yet spoke up, a petite woman with curly red hair. "What about the empty classroom on the 3rd floor? The one with the mirror?" "The old charms classroom?" Lupin considered. "It's isolated enough, and I could secure it easily." "How do we get Pettigrew there without raising suspicion?" asked the second new werewolf, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair. "Leave that to me," Harry said confidently. "I can convince Ron to bring Scabbers for, I don't know, a rat health check or something. Professor Lupin could say he knows about magical creatures and might know what's wrong with him." "That could work," Lupin nodded thoughtfully. "Ron's concerned about his pet's health. It's a plausible reason." "When?" asked the third new werewolf, a young man barely out of his teens. "Tomorrow," Black said immediately. "The sooner the better." "No," Lupin shook his head. "Monday afternoon. I don't have classes after lunch, and it gives us time to prepare the room properly." "Monday," Harry agreed. "I'll tell Ron you offered to look at Scabbers after Hermione mentioned his condition to you." "Good," Lupin nodded. "Now, let me properly introduce you to the rest of the pack, Harry. You've met Fenrir, Kira, Ellis, and Darren. This is Mara, the red-haired woman, Gregory, the older man, and Tomas, the young one." Harry nodded to each in turn. "Nice to meet you all." "Now that's sorted," Black said impatiently, "what about the map? Why wouldn't it show Peter?" "I have a theory," Lupin said slowly. "The map was our creation, using our knowledge at the time. Peter helped make it. He may have built in a way to hide himself." "A backdoor," Harry suggested. "Exactly," Lupin looked impressed. "A secret exception, just for him." "The sneaky rat," Black growled. Always covering his tracks. It actually makes me more convinced we're right, Lupin told Harry. Only one of the map's creators could hide from it that way. Harry nodded, relieved. So the plan is set for Monday afternoon. But I actually came with something else too. He pulled out a folded piece of parchment from his pocket. Hermione's been researching werewolf legislation. She found some interesting precedents that might help challenge the current laws. Kira took the parchment, eyes widening as she scanned it. This is thorough. That's Hermione, Harry smiled. She doesn't do anything halfway. She doesn't know about us, though? Ellis asked sharply. No. She's just trying to help Professor Lupin. She figured out his condition months ago but hasn't told anyone. Smart girl, Mara commented. We could use her brain. One thing at a time, Lupin cautioned. First Peter, then Sirius's exoneration. Then we can consider bringing others into our confidence. Speaking of confidence, Fenrir said, fixing Harry with an intense stare, we've agreed to let you in on our secret, Potter. But pack means loyalty. Pack means protecting each other, even at personal cost. Are you prepared for that? The room fell silent, all eyes on Harry. He knew this was more than just a casual question, it was a test. These people had risked everything to create a safe haven. They were trusting him with their lives. My parents died protecting me, Harry said quietly. Professor Lupin and Sirius were their friends, their pack. That makes you my pack too. I won't let you down. Fenrir held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded once, apparently satisfied. Well said, Black smiled proudly. James would be pleased. The tense moment broken, conversation shifted to other matters. Harry learned more about the individual werewolves and their stories. Gregory had been bitten only 5 years ago, a ministry worker who'd been investigating reports of werewolf activity in Yorkshire and found himself ambushed. Mara had been born to werewolf parents, one of the rare cases of hereditary lycanthropy. Tomas had been attending Durmstrang when he was bitten during a school trip, expelled immediately despite being at the top of his class. The shack has been our sanctuary since September, Mara explained, but we're outgrowing it. More wolves find us every month. Dumbledore's been helpful, Ellis added, but there's only so much he can do without raising ministry suspicions. What we really need is our own land, Tomas said wistfully. Somewhere remote, unplottable, with space to run during full moons. One step at a time, Lupin reminded them. First, we help Harry capture Peter and clear Sirius. That gives us a powerful ally with resources. He glanced at Black. The noble and most ancient house of Black does have certain assets, Black agreed with a grim smile. My dear mother would be horrified to know they'll be used to create a werewolf sanctuary. All the more reason to do it, Harry grinned. The meeting continued for another hour, with plans refined for Monday's confrontation with Pettigrew. By the time Harry prepared to leave, it was nearly curfew. I'll walk you back to the passage, Lupin offered. Fenrir, Sirius, will continue our discussion of the northern property tomorrow. Harry said goodbye to the others and followed Lupin downstairs. As they descended to the cellar, Lupin spoke quietly. You did well tonight, Harry. The pack doesn't trust easily, especially Fenrir. But they've accepted you. I meant what I said, Harry replied. About loyalty. I know you did. That's why they trust you. Lupin paused at the entrance to the tunnel. Be careful these next few days. Watch Pettigrew, but don't raise his suspicions. And keep an eye out for Snape, he's asking questions. I noticed, Harry grimaced. He cornered me after potions yesterday, wanted to know why we were both seen returning to the castle at dawn. Lupin frowned. That's concerning. Severus has always harbored certain prejudices. If he discovered the shack's true purpose. I didn't tell him anything, Harry assured him. But he's watching us both. All the more reason to proceed carefully on Monday. Lupin checked his watch. You'd better go. The tunnel will take you directly to the willow. Once you're out, give the knot at the base a tap with a stick to freeze the branches. Right. Harry hesitated. Professor? What happens after we catch Pettigrew? If Sirius is cleared? One day at a time, Harry, Lupin said gently. But yes, if all goes well, there might be alternatives to returning to your aunt and uncle's home. The implication hung in the air between them. Harry felt a surge of hope so powerful it almost hurt. I'd like that, he said simply. Lupin squeezed his shoulder. Go on, now. We'll see you Monday. Harry slipped into the tunnel, his mind buzzing with everything he'd learned and the possibilities that lay ahead. For the first time since learning about Sirius Black last summer, the future looked bright rather than threatening. The tunnel deposited him gently at the base of the Whomping Willow. Harry quickly tapped the knot with a fallen branch, freezing the tree's movements long enough to dart out of range. He pulled on his invisibility cloak and made his way back to the castle, avoiding Filch's patrol with the help of the Marauder's map. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Ron and Hermione were playing chess by the fire. Scabbers dozed in Ron's pocket, whiskers twitching occasionally. There you are. Hermione exclaimed when Harry removed his cloak in the empty corner of the common room. Where have you been? Just walking, Harry said vaguely. Needed to clear my head. Well, you missed the excitement, Ron said, moving his knight to capture Hermione's bishop. Percy came through ranting about some new werewolf legislation the ministry's pushing through. Something about mandatory registration of children exposed to werewolves. Harry tensed. What? It's horrible, Hermione said heatedly. They want to create a separate registry for children who've had contact with werewolves, even if they weren't bitten. Pure discrimination. Percy thinks it's brilliant, of course, Ron rolled his eyes. Keeps going on about necessary precautions and public safety. Harry thought of Kira, whose children had been taken away. Of the growing community in the Shrieking Shack, trying to build a life away from prejudice. That's not right, he said, with more force than he intended. Werewolves are people. They're only dangerous at full moon, and even then, with wolfsbane potion, exactly. Hermione agreed passionately. It's just another way to marginalize an already vulnerable population. The real problem isn't werewolves, it's the lack of affordable access to wolfsbane and safe transformation spaces. Ron looked between them, bemused. When did you two become such werewolf experts? I've been researching, Hermione said primly. For Professor Lupin. And I've been thinking about it, Harry said lamely. Listen, Ron, speaking of Lupin, I was talking to him yesterday, and Hermione mentioned Scabbers hasn't been well. Lupin offered to take a look at him. Said he knows a bit about magical creatures and might be able to help. Ron perked up. Really? That'd be brilliant. Scabbers has been awful lately. When? Monday after lunch? Lupin doesn't have classes then. Perfect, Ron agreed readily. Poor old Scabbers could use an expert opinion. He patted his pocket affectionately. Hear that? Professor Lupin's gonna make you better. Harry felt a twinge of guilt at the deception, but pushed it aside. If they were right about Pettigrew, Ron would understand. And if they were somehow wrong, well, at least Lupin might actually be able to suggest something to help the rat's health. I'm heading up, Harry said, suddenly exhausted. Coming, Ron. In a bit. Hermione's about to lose spectacularly, and I want to be here for it. In your dreams, Ronald, Hermione retorted, studying the board intently. Good night, Harry. Harry climbed the stairs to the dormitory, his mind still on the conversation. New anti-werewolf legislation, it couldn't be coincidence. Something was happening at the ministry, a push against werewolves that threatened not just Lupin but the entire pack at the shack. Monday suddenly seemed very far away. The sooner they exposed Pettigrew and cleared Sirius, the sooner they could focus on the bigger threat. Because Harry had no doubt now, this wasn't just about personal revenge or justice anymore. It was about protecting his newfound pack. As he drifted off to sleep, Harry's last thought was a firm resolution: whatever came next, he wouldn't let them down. Not Lupin, not Sirius, not any of them. Pack meant loyalty, and loyalty went both ways. Sunday passed in a haze of homework and quiet anticipation. Harry found it difficult to concentrate, knowing what lay ahead the next day. He caught himself watching Scabbers more than once, searching for any sign of humanity in the rat's behavior. "You're staring at my rat," Ron commented over lunch. "It's getting weird, mate." "Sorry," Harry said quickly. "Just wondering what Lupin will say about him tomorrow." "Hopefully that he's just old and not dying," Ron sighed. "I'm attached to the mangy thing." Harry felt another pang of guilt. If they were right about Pettigrew, Ron was about to lose his pet in the most shocking way possible. Monday morning dawned cold and clear. Harry went through his classes mechanically, mind elsewhere. Even Snape's caustic comments during potions barely registered. Finally, lunch arrived. Harry picked at his shepherd's pie, too nervous to eat much. Ron, oblivious to Harry's tension, chatted enthusiastically about the upcoming Quidditch match against Hufflepuff while periodically offering bits of food to Scabbers. "Ready to go?" Harry asked when the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. "Yeah," Ron patted his pocket where Scabbers dozed. "Let's see what Lupin can do for this old boy." They climbed to the third floor, Harry leading the way to the abandoned Charms classroom. His heart hammered against his ribs. Lupin would be waiting, along with Sirius hidden under the invisibility cloak. The trap was set. "This isn't his office," Ron frowned as they approached the door. "He said to meet here," Harry lied smoothly. "More space for examining magical creatures, I guess." Ron shrugged, accepting the explanation. Harry knocked on the door, feeling sick with anticipation. "Come in," called Lupin's voice. Harry pushed open the door. The classroom had been cleared of desks except for one in the center, where Lupin stood with several books open before him. The windows were shuttered, and Harry noticed subtle shimmer of magic around the door frame as they passed through, containment spells. "Ah, Ron, Harry," Lupin smiled warmly. "Thank you for coming. I understand you have a rat in need of examination." "Yeah, Professor," Ron reached into his pocket and pulled out the sleeping Scabbers. "He's been off color for months now. Losing weight, fur falling out. Percy's old tonic doesn't help at all." "I see," Lupin said, his casual tone belied by the intensity of his gaze. "Why don't you place him on the desk here so I can get a better look?" Ron set Scabbers on the desk. The rat woke at the movement, whiskers twitching nervously. As soon as his paws touched the wood, his head shot up, nose working frantically. He began to squeal, scrambling to escape. "Whoa!" Ron lunged to catch him. "What's got into you?" "Ron," Lupin said quietly, drawing his wand. "Step back from the desk, please." "Professor?" Ron looked confused. "Please, Ron. Trust me." The seriousness in Lupin's tone made Ron obey, though he still looked bewildered. "What's wrong with Scabbers?" "That," said a new voice as Sirius Black materialized from beneath the invisibility cloak in the corner, "is not a rat." Ron's face went white. Sirius Black." He fumbled for his wand, but Harry caught his arm. "Wait, Ron. It's not what you think. Harry, that's Sirius Black. He's trying to kill you." "No, he's not," Harry said firmly. "He never was. It's complicated. But right now, we need to focus on Scabbers." "What about Scabbers?" Ron looked between them, bewildered and frightened. "Your rat has been in your family for how long, Ron?" Lupin asked calmly, his wand still trained on the frantically struggling Scabbers. "I dunno, years." He was Percy's first, 12 years, perhaps. Lupin suggested. Unusually long-lived for a common rat, wouldn't you say? So he's a magical rat. What's that got to do with anything? Everything, Black growled, approaching the desk. Scabbers squealed louder, redoubling his escape efforts. He's missing a toe on his front paw, isn't he? Ron's eyes widened. How did you know that? Because the largest bit of Peter Pettigrew they found was his finger, Black said savagely. The rat isn't a rat at all. He's an animagus. That's mental. Ron protested. Scabbers has been in my family for 12 years, Lupin repeated. Exactly how long Peter has been presumed dead. Exactly how long Sirius has been imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. There's a simple way to prove it, Harry said. The animagus reversal spell. If Scabbers is just a rat, nothing will happen. But if he's Pettigrew? Ron stared at his pet with dawning horror. That can't be right. He sleeps in my bed. I'm sorry, Ron, Lupin said gently. But we need to know the truth. Please, step back. Ron moved away from the desk, coming to stand beside Harry. His face was a mask of confusion and betrayal. Lupin and Black raised their wands simultaneously. Together? Black asked. Lupin nodded. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Twin jets of blue-white light struck the rat. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Scabbers froze in mid-squeal. His body began to swell and contort. Ron gasped in horror as his pet twisted and grew, transforming before their eyes. Where Scabbers had been, a short, balding man now crouched on the desk. He was dirty, his clothes ragged and ill-fitting. His face was rat-like, with small watery eyes that darted around the room in panic. Hello, Peter, Lupin said, his voice cold. Long time no see. Remus, the man squeaked. Sirius. My old friends. You filthy traitor. Black lunged forward, only for Lupin to catch his arm. Wait, Sirius. We need him to confess. Pettigrew's eyes landed on Harry, and a calculating look crossed his face. Harry. Harry Potter. You look just like James. Your father wouldn't want them to kill me, Harry. He would show mercy, don't you dare speak to him. Black roared. Don't you dare mention James to his son. Ron had backed against the wall, face ashen. That was, my rat. For 3 years. That was a man sleeping in my bed. He looked like he might be sick. I trusted you, Lupin said to Pettigrew, ignoring Ron's horror. We all did. You were our friend. And you betrayed Lily and James to Voldemort. I didn't mean to. Pettigrew wailed. The Dark Lord, you have no idea the weapons he possesses. He would have killed me. Then you should have died. Black bellowed. Died rather than betray your friends, as we would have done for you. Pettigrew flinched, cowering on the desk. His eyes darted toward the door, calculating escape. Don't even think about it, Harry said coldly, raising his own wand. You sold my parents to Voldemort. You framed Sirius. You've been hiding for 12 years while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. I was scared, Pettigrew whimpered. You don't understand what it was like, everyone was going over to the dark side. What was there to be gained by refusing him? What was there to be gained? Lupin looked incredulous. Only innocent lives, Peter. You don't understand. Pettigrew moaned. He would have killed me. Then you should have died with honor. Black spat. As any one of us would have done for you. Pettigrew's gaze darted between them, then fixed on Harry again, desperation in his watery eyes. Harry, sweet boy, kind boy, your father would have spared me. Your father would have understood, my father would never understand betrayal, Harry said, his voice shaking with rage. You're the reason I have no parents. You're the reason I grew up with people who hated me. You're the reason Sirius spent 12 years in hell. Please, Pettigrew groveled. Have mercy. You'll get the mercy you deserve, Black said grimly. From the Dementors of Azkaban. Pettigrew went even paler, if possible. No, no, not Azkaban. Yes, Azkaban, Lupin said firmly. We're taking you to Dumbledore, and then to the Ministry. Your testimony will clear Sirius's name. You can't. Pettigrew's eyes darted wildly. He'll find me, the Dark Lord will find me. All the more reason to confess while you can, Harry said coldly. Before Voldemort finishes what he started with my family. Pettigrew flinched at the name. Ron, who had been watching in stunned silence, suddenly spoke up. He was my rat, he said hollowly. All this time. I'm sorry, Ron, Lupin said gently. None of us suspected. I want to hear him confess, Harry said suddenly. I want to hear him admit what he did. Lupin nodded. Peter. This is your one chance to show a shred of decency. Tell Harry the truth. Pettigrew looked from face to face, seeing no sympathy in any of them. He sagged, defeated. I did it, he whispered. I told the Dark Lord where to find them. I was their secret keeper. And you framed me, Black pressed, one still aimed at Pettigrew's heart. You killed those muggles and cut off your own finger. I panicked. Pettigrew cried. You were coming for me, Sirius. What choice did I have? You had every choice, Lupin said quietly. And you chose betrayal. Harry stared at the pathetic man before him. This was the reason his parents were dead. This sniveling coward had destroyed everything. Part of him wanted to strike Pettigrew down where he stood. Another part, perhaps the better part, knew that wasn't the answer. We need to take him to Dumbledore, Harry decided. Now. Agreed, Lupin nodded. Sirius, you should stay hidden until, a sudden commotion outside the door cut him off. Voices in the corridor, one of them unmistakably Snape's. I tell you, Headmaster, something suspicious is happening. Potter and Weasley missed my class, and Lupin is. The door burst open. Snape stood there, his sallow face twisting in shock at the scene before him. Behind him, Dumbledore's tall figure appeared, blue eyes taking in the situation with remarkable composure. What is the meaning of this? Snape demanded, gaze darting from Lupin to Black to Pettigrew. Black. I knew it. Lupin has been helping you all along. Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. Perhaps we should assess the situation before jumping to conclusions. The situation is clear. Snape's wand was out, pointed at Black. Black has infiltrated the castle, and Lupin has been his accomplice. Actually, Professor, Harry stepped forward, they've just caught my parents' real betrayer. Dumbledore's gaze settled on the cowering man on the desk. Peter Pettigrew, he said softly. How remarkable. We all believed you dead. He's been hiding as Ron's pet rat for years, Harry explained quickly. He was the secret keeper, not Sirius. He framed Sirius for everything. A convenient story, Snape sneered. No doubt Black has confounded you all, it's true. Ron found his voice. I just saw Scabbers transform with my own eyes. He was Peter Pettigrew all along. Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing further argument. This is indeed an extraordinary development. If what you say is true, it changes everything we thought we knew about that night. He confessed, Harry said urgently. Just now, before you came in. He admitted betraying my parents to Voldemort and framing Sirius. Pettigrew had shrunk back against the desk, eyes darting between Dumbledore and Snape, looking for any hint of mercy. Headmaster, he squeaked. You must protect me. Black wants to kill me. If I had wanted to kill you, Black said coldly, you would be dead. I want the world to know what you did, Peter. I want my name cleared. Dumbledore studied Pettigrew for a long moment. I believe this matter requires the attention of the Minister for Magic. Severus, would you be so kind as to secure Mr. Pettigrew while I contact Cornelius? Snape looked as though he'd rather do anything else, but he conjured thin cords that wrapped around Pettigrew, binding him tightly. And what of Black? He demanded. Surely you don't believe this absurd tale without investigation. I believe we have the means to determine the truth right before us, Dumbledore said mildly. Veritaserum would settle the matter quickly, would it not? I'm sure you have some in your stores. Snape's lip curled, but he nodded curtly. I shall fetch it. Excellent, Dumbledore smiled. In the meantime, perhaps we should adjourn to my office. A classroom seems an inappropriate venue for such significant revelations. As Dumbledore levitated the bound Pettigrew toward the door, Harry caught Lupin's eye. The professor gave him a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement of what they'd accomplished. The first step was complete. Pettigrew was caught, Sirius on the path to exoneration. But Harry knew this was just the beginning. Beyond the immediate victory lay greater challenges, the Ministry's anti-werewolf legislation, the Pack's precarious sanctuary, and somewhere out there, Voldemort, waiting to return. For now, though, he allowed himself a moment of quiet triumph. His newfound pack had scored its first victory, and more would follow. Of that, Harry was certain. Chapter 2, Moon Brothers. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. Harry barely had time to process one revelation before another took its place. Pettigrew's capture triggered a chain of events that left the wizarding world reeling, and Harry straddling two increasingly complicated lives. The Minister refuses to believe it, Lupin explained during their next meeting at the Shrieking Shack. Even with Pettigrew in custody, Fudge is dragging his feet on clearing Sirius. Harry paced the worn floorboards, frustration radiating off him in waves. That's mental. They have the actual murderer. What more does Fudge need? Political courage, Sirius said bitterly. He looked better each time Harry saw him, less gaunt, more alive, but his eyes still burned with 12 years of injustice. Admitting they imprisoned an innocent man for 12 years? The Ministry would rather bury the evidence. So what now? Harry demanded. Dumbledore's pushing for a private hearing with the Wizengamot, Lupin sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. But these things take time. Meanwhile, I'm still a fugitive, Sirius growled. Just a slightly more comfortable one. Harry glanced around the shack's main room. The werewolf pack had transformed it from a decrepit haunted house into something approaching a home. Mismatched furniture created cozy conversation areas. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes on everything from magical law to advanced defense. A long table dominated one end of the room, covered with maps and documents, the war room, as Harry had come to think of it. At least you're safe here, he offered. Fenrir snorted from his position by the fire. The burly werewolf had grudgingly accepted Sirius's presence but made no attempt to hide his distrust of wizards in general. Safe until the Ministry raids the place. Which brings us to our other problem. Umbridge, Kira said, practically spitting the name. Sirius frowned. Who? Dolores Umbridge, Lupin explained. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and the driving force behind the new anti-werewolf legislation. She's been appointed Special Investigator for werewolf activity. What does that even mean? Harry asked. It means, Ellis said grimly, she has authority to investigate reported werewolf sightings, conduct raids, and detain suspects without standard due process. Harry's blood ran cold. Can she do that? The Wizengamot approved emergency powers after rumors of a werewolf encampment near Hogsmeade started circulating, Lupin said. Someone's been talking. Snape? Harry suggested immediately. Lupin shook his head. Severus knows better than to cross Dumbledore that directly. No, I suspect our spy problem hasn't been fully resolved. The implication hung heavy in the air. Pettigrew might be captured, but someone else was watching them. We need to be more careful about who comes and goes, Fenrir declared. No more new faces until we've rooted out the leak. That's not practical, Kira argued. We have 3 new wolves coming next full moon, people who need sanctuary. And we can't abandon them, Lupin agreed. But Fenrir's right about increased caution. Harry, that applies to you too. Vary your routes, your timing. Don't establish a pattern. Harry nodded, already formulating ideas. The map will help. I can track patrol routes, avoid filch. Good man, Sirius clapped him on the shoulder with pride. Now, Lupin glanced at his watch, you should head back before curfew. The last thing we need is you in detention when we need your eyes and ears at Hogwarts. Harry reluctantly said his goodbyes. These visits to the shack had become the highlight of his week. After the initial shock of discovering the werewolf sanctuary, he'd found himself increasingly drawn to the pack's straightforward loyalty and purpose. Here, he wasn't the boy who lived, he was just Harry, pack friend, valued for his contributions rather than his scar. As he slipped through the secret tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow, Harry reflected on how quickly his life had changed. Just a month ago, he believed Sirius Black was hunting him. Now he was helping clear his godfather's name while protecting a secret werewolf community. If Ron and Hermione knew the half of it. That was another complication. Ron had been sworn to secrecy about Pettigrew but remained deeply disturbed by the revelation that his beloved pet had been a murderous wizard in disguise. He'd thrown himself into Quidditch practice, barely speaking about the incident. Hermione, meanwhile, had redoubled her research into magical law, convinced she could help prove Sirius's innocence. Neither of them knew about the pack. Harry hated keeping secrets from his best friends, but Lupin's warnings rang in his ears. The more people who knew, the greater the risk to everyone at the shack. Harry emerged from beneath the willow, tapping the knot with a stick to freeze its thrashing branches. The evening was clear but cold, February giving way to an equally chilly March. He pulled his cloak tighter and checked the Marauder's map before heading toward the castle. Filch in the trophy room. Mrs. Norris on the second floor. Snape in the dungeons. Harry muttered, tracking potential obstacles. Coast is clear. He'd taken 3 steps when a dreamy voice spoke from directly behind him. Hello, Harry Potter. Are your werewolf friends well? Harry nearly jumped out of his skin, whirling around with his wand raised. Luna Lovegood stood there, her protuberant eyes regarding him serenely. She wore her school robes with the addition of what appeared to be radish earrings and a necklace of butterbeer corks. Luna. Harry gasped, heart hammering. What, how, the Whomping Willow is quite fascinating, isn't it? She said conversationally. Dad says it's actually a sentient species transplanted from the forests of Romania, where it guards ancient vampire lairs. Harry gaped at her, mind racing. How much had she seen? How long had she been following him? Luna, I don't know what you think you saw, but, oh, I've been watching for weeks, she said matter-of-factly. You disappear through the willow every Thursday and Saturday evening, and sometimes Sunday afternoons. The tree never attacks you. It's quite remarkable. Harry stared at her in horror. Luna, listen, the werewolves are your friends, she continued calmly. That's nice. Most people are quite prejudiced about werewolves, you know. Dad published an article arguing they're actually blessed by the moon goddess Selene, but it wasn't very popular. How did you, Harry began, then stopped himself. Denial seemed pointless. You can't tell anyone, Luna. It's incredibly important. Oh, I know, she nodded seriously. The ministry would take them away. That terrible Umbridge woman wants to register all werewolves and restrict their movements. It was in the Prophet last week, buried on page 7. Harry sighed, glancing nervously at the castle. Look, we can't talk here. It's not safe. Of course, Luna agreed. The Nargles are particularly active in this area. They're attracted to secrets. Harry had no idea what Nargles were and didn't particularly care at the moment. Just, meet me in the room of requirement tomorrow after dinner, okay? 5th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. I know where it is, Luna said dreamily. It's where I go when people hide my shoes. A pang of sympathy cut through Harry's panic. People hide your shoes? Oh yes, regularly. They think I don't notice, but I do. She said this without a trace of self-pity, simply stating a fact. That's awful, Luna. She shrugged. Things always turn up eventually. Well, I should go before the forbidden patterns find us. The what? Forbidden patterns. They're drawn to clandestine meetings and dramatic revelations. Once they attach, your life becomes predictable and formulaic. She smiled vaguely. Good night, Harry Potter. With that, she wandered off toward the castle, leaving Harry thoroughly bewildered. After a moment, he shook himself and consulted the map again. Luna's dot was indeed moving toward Ravenclaw Tower. No one else appeared to be nearby. Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and set off for Gryffindor Tower. Luna Lovegood knew about the pack. This was either a disaster or, well, Harry wasn't sure yet. But he had a feeling the pack's world had just expanded in an unexpected way. She what? Sirius barked, pacing the shack's upper room like a caged animal. She's been watching me, Harry repeated. 4 weeks, apparently. She knows about the willow, about the werewolves. Not details, I don't think, but enough. Lupin pressed his fingers to his temples. This complicates matters. We should obliviate her, Fenrir growled. Absolutely not, Lupin said sharply. She's a student, Fenrir. We don't mess with children's minds. Then what? Wait for her to blab to the whole school. She won't, Harry said with surprising certainty. Luna's different. People don't really listen to her anyway. They call her Loony Lovegood. Different how? Kira asked, curious. Harry struggled to explain Luna's unique perspective. She sees things others don't. Believes in creatures no one else has heard of. She's incredibly honest but also, I don't know, kind of disconnected from normal social rules. Sounds like my cousin Bellatrix, Sirius muttered. Not reassuring, Harry. No, not like that, Harry shook his head. Luna's not mad or dangerous. She's just Luna. I'd like to meet her, Ellis decided. The dark-skinned werewolf had been quietly thoughtful throughout the discussion. If she already knows about us, perhaps we can make her an ally rather than a liability. Bring her here. Fenrir looked outraged. Are we opening a tourist attraction now? I think Ellis is right, Lupin said, surprising Harry. If she's been watching Harry for weeks without telling anyone, she's demonstrated some level of discretion. And we may need more friends inside Hogwarts, especially with Umbridge sniffing around. I'm meeting her tonight, Harry said. In the room of requirement. I'll feel her out, see if she's trustworthy. Use your judgment, Lupin nodded. If, and only if, you believe she can be trusted, bring her Saturday evening. Sirius, you'll need to stay out of sight initially. Fine, Sirius grumbled. But I want it noted that I think this is a terrible idea. Noted, Lupin said dryly. Now, Harry, there's something else we need to discuss. The full moon is next week. Harry nodded. He'd been tracking the lunar cycle closely since discovering the pack. Normally, we transform in the cellar, Lupin continued. It's reinforced, secure. But with our numbers growing. It's getting crowded, Kira explained. Transformed werewolves need space, especially unfamiliar ones. Too much proximity triggers aggression. We're planning to use the Forbidden Forest, Ellis added. Deep in the centaur territory where humans rarely venture. Harry frowned. Isn't that risky? What if someone sees you? Less risky than having 10 werewolves tear each other apart in a confined space, Fenrir said bluntly. The wolfsbane potion helps maintain our human consciousness, Lupin explained, but it's not perfect. Especially for newer wolves who haven't learned to direct their transformed minds. I want to come, Harry said impulsively. The room fell silent. Absolutely not, Lupin said firmly. Out of the question, Sirius agreed. That's suicide, cub, Fenrir growled. Harry stood his ground. You said it yourself, the wolfsbane helps you keep your human minds. You'll recognize me. And I've been practicing the disillusionment charm. I could stay hidden, up in a tree or something. Harry, Lupin's voice softened. I appreciate what you're trying to do. But the risk is mine to take, Harry finished. You've all risked everything to create this sanctuary. To help each other. To help me and Sirius. Let me do this for you. Why? Fenrir demanded. What do you get out of watching a bunch of monsters howl at the moon? Harry met his amber gaze steadily. Pack means being there for each other. Even, especially, during the hard parts. A heavy silence fell. Harry could see the conflict in their faces, touched by his offer but terrified of the potential consequences. I'll think about it, Lupin said finally. But I make no promises. And if I agree, there will be extensive safety measures and you will follow them to the letter. Understood? Harry nodded, knowing that was the best he'd get for now. Right, Sirius clapped his hands. Since we're already discussing terrible ideas, let's continue with our training session. You're still dropping your left shoulder before casting. The conversation shifted to Harry's ongoing combat training. Since his second visit to the shack, Sirius had insisted on regular dueling practice, determined that Harry should be able to defend himself, properly, not that ministry-approved rubbish they teach at Hogwarts. Harry welcomed the distraction. For the next hour, he and Sirius circled each other in the cleared space of the upper room, trading spells and counterjinxes. The other werewolves watched with interest, occasionally offering suggestions or demonstrations. Your reflexes are good, Sirius commented after disarming Harry for the third time. But you're still thinking too much. Dueling needs to be instinctive. It's coming along, Ellis disagreed. Remember, Sirius, he's been at this a few weeks. You had years. Years he might not have, Sirius muttered darkly. That's enough for today, Lupin intervened, noting Harry's fatigue. Harry, you should get back and prepare for your meeting with Luna. Harry nodded, retrieving his wand from where it had clattered against the wall. Despite the losses, he felt good. Each session made him stronger, more capable. The difference between these lessons and classes at Hogwarts was stark. Here, they taught him to fight as if his life depended on it, because someday it might. Remember, Lupin called as Harry headed for the tunnel, use your judgment with Luna. If there's any doubt. I know, Harry assured him. Trust me. The room of requirement had outdone itself. Harry had paced the corridor thinking, we need a place to talk privately, somewhere comfortable but not too formal, and the resulting space was perfect. A cozy sitting area with 2 comfortable armchairs faced a cheerful fireplace. Bookshelves lined one wall, while a large window, though Harry knew it must be enchanted, as they were deep within the castle, showed a view of the starry night sky. Luna arrived precisely on time, entering the room with an expression of delighted curiosity. Oh, this is lovely, she said, immediately moving to examine a collection of strange silver instruments on a side table. The room knows exactly what we need. You've used it before? Harry asked, surprised. Not this configuration, Luna replied. Usually it becomes a sort of hiding place for me. With cushions and books and sometimes tea. She settled into one of the armchairs, tucking her feet beneath her. You wanted to talk about your werewolf friends. Harry took the other chair, still unsure how to approach this bizarre conversation. Luna's directness both simplified and complicated matters. Yes, he said finally. Luna, what you've discovered is incredibly dangerous, not just for me, but for people who depend on that secret for their safety. I know, she nodded solemnly. Werewolves are terribly persecuted. Did you know the Ministry classified them as beasts until 1947? And even now, their legal status as beings comes with more restrictions than protections. Exactly, Harry said, encouraged by her understanding. The people at the Shrieking Shack are just trying to live their lives safely. They haven't hurt anyone. Of course not, Luna agreed. Werewolves are only dangerous during the full moon, and even then, Wolfsbane potion renders them essentially harmless. Though I suspect the ones living near Hogwarts have access to the potion through Professor Snape. Harry blinked, impressed by her deduction. That's right. Professor Dumbledore arranged it. Professor Dumbledore knows, then, Luna nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Very little happens at Hogwarts without his awareness, except perhaps the systematic theft of my possessions. Harry felt another pang of sympathy. Luna, about your shoes, oh, that's not important right now, she waved dismissively. I want to know about your werewolf community. How many live there? How did you find them? Is Professor Lupin their leader? He's a werewolf too, isn't he? How did you, Harry began, then shook his head. Never mind. Yes, Professor Lupin is a werewolf. And yes, he helps lead the pack, along with a few others. He found himself telling Luna everything, discovering the shack, meeting the pack, learning about Sirius's innocence, capturing Pettigrew. She listened with rapt attention, occasionally asking insightful questions but never interrupting the flow of his story. So now the Ministry's sending this Umbridge person to investigate, Harry concluded, and we're trying to keep the sanctuary secret while also clearing Sirius's name. It's complicated. It always is when the Ministry's involved, Luna said wisely. They're quite thoroughly infested with Raxperts, you know. Makes their thinking fuzzy. Harry smiled despite himself. Right. Well, the point is, Luna, this secret isn't just mine to protect. There are lives at stake. I won't tell anyone, she promised. Though I think you should tell Ronald and Hermione. Friends shouldn't keep secrets from each other. I want to, Harry admitted. But it's complicated. Ron's still processing the whole Pettigrew thing, and Hermione, well, she respects authority. I'm not sure how she'd feel about a secret community operating under the Ministry's nose. Hermione's also quite passionate about justice, Luna pointed out. She's been researching werewolf rights in the library. I've seen her. Harry nodded, considering this. Maybe soon. But for now, I need to know I can trust you, Luna. I'd like to meet them, she said suddenly. Your werewolf friends. Would that be possible? Actually, Harry smiled, they want to meet you too. If you're willing to come to the shack on Saturday. Luna beamed. I'd be delighted. I've never met a werewolf community before. I'll bring my spectrospecs, they're excellent for seeing the lunar aura that surrounds lycanthropes. Right, Harry said, not entirely sure what spectrospecs were. Just don't bring anything offensive. They're people, Luna, not research subjects. Of course, she nodded seriously. People who transform into wolves under the full moon. It's a fascinating dual nature, really. Humans with the soul of a wolf, or perhaps wolves with the mind of a human. Harry wasn't sure if this was the right attitude, but decided it was close enough. So, Saturday after dinner. Meet me by the Whomping Willow. I'll be there, Luna promised. Thank you for trusting me, Harry Potter. It's nice to have friends. The simple honesty in her voice touched something in Harry. We are friends, Luna. And friends look out for each other. She smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her dreamy features. Yes. They do. As Harry watched Luna skip away after their meeting, he felt cautiously optimistic. Her perspective was unique, certainly, but her heart seemed to be in the right place. And right now, the pack needed all the allies it could get. Saturday evening found Harry and Luna approaching the Whomping Willow under the cover of dusk. Luna wore a bright yellow jumper beneath her Ravenclaw robes and had indeed brought what appeared to be a pair of kaleidoscopic glasses, which she'd promised not to wear unless given permission. Remember, Harry cautioned as they neared the tree, some of them are wary of wizards. Be respectful, but don't act frightened. Werewolves can smell fear. Can they really? Luna asked, fascinated. Even in human form? Well, not literally, Harry amended. But they're very good at reading body language. Fascinating, Luna murmured. Their heightened senses must make ordinary human interaction quite information-rich. They reached the willow, which trembled slightly in recognition of Harry's presence. He reached for the largest root, and as before, the earth parted to reveal his personal tunnel. Oh! Luna clapped her hands delightedly. It's recognizing you as pack. The Whomping Willow has integrated you into its magical recognition field. Something like that, Harry agreed, impressed despite himself with Luna's analysis. Follow me, and stay close. The tunnel's a bit narrow in places. They made their way through the earthen passage, emerging eventually into the shack's cellar. Harry led Luna up the stairs and through the main floor to the large common room where the pack usually gathered. Lupin was waiting for them, along with Ellis, Kira, and the young werewolf Tomas. They'd agreed to keep the initial meeting small, no Fenrir with his intimidating manner, and no Sirius until they were sure of Luna's discretion. Welcome to our humble home, Miss Lovegood, Lupin said formally, extending his hand. Harry's told us about your remarkable powers of observation. Luna shook his hand without hesitation. Thank you for having me, Professor. Your sanctuary is quite ingenious. The Whomping Willow's tunnel network must have taken significant magical engineering. It was Dumbledore's creation, originally, Lupin explained. Though we've expanded it somewhat. May I introduce Ellis, Kira, and Tomas? Luna greeted each werewolf politely, showing none of the fear or discomfort that wizards typically exhibited around those with lycanthropy. If anything, she seemed genuinely fascinated. Have you always been a werewolf, Professor Lupin? She asked directly. Or were you bitten? Kira looked startled by the blunt question, but Lupin merely smiled. I was bitten as a child, he answered. By Fenrir Greyback, actually, though the Fenrir you may meet later is a different werewolf entirely, who took that name in defiance of the original. Reclaiming the name, Luna nodded thoughtfully. That's quite powerful. Luna's been researching werewolf legislation, Harry explained. She knows about umbrage and the new restrictions. It's absolutely medieval, Luna said with surprising heat. Restricting employment, housing, reproduction rights, it's systematic dehumanization, quite literally. Ellis raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. You're well informed for what are you, third year? Second, Luna corrected. But injustice is ageless, isn't it? A small silence followed this pronouncement, broken by Kira's quiet laugh. I like her, she declared, turning to Lupin. Can we keep her? The tension in the room eased. Harry watched as Luna engaged the werewolves in conversation, asking insightful questions about pack dynamics, the effects of the wolfsbane potion, and their experiences navigating the wizarding world. The potion dulls the wolf's instincts, Tomas explained in response to one question. Makes transformation less painful too. But it's expensive and difficult to brew. Professor Snape makes it for us, Lupin added. Though he's not exactly happy about it. I imagine not, Luna said thoughtfully. He carries considerable anger, particularly around werewolf matters. I suspect there's history there. The werewolves exchanged glances. Harry remembered Sirius mentioning something about a prank gone wrong, involving Snape and the Shrieking Shack, but hadn't heard the full story. There is, Lupin acknowledged. Not a pleasant one. Few werewolf stories are, Luna said simply. That's what makes your community here so remarkable. You've created something positive in the face of tremendous prejudice. As the evening progressed, more pack members drifted in, drawn by curiosity about their visitor. Even Fenrir made an appearance, eyeing Luna suspiciously but offering a gruff greeting when introduced. You smell different, he told her bluntly. Not like most wizards. Thank you, Luna replied serenely. I use dirigible plum essence in my soap. It opens the mind to extraordinary possibilities. Fenrir blinked, clearly not expecting that response. Right, he muttered, retreating to his usual spot by the fire. Eventually, when it became clear that Luna had been fully accepted by the group, Lupin nodded to Harry. It was time for the final revelation. Luna, Harry said carefully, there's someone else you should meet. But this is perhaps the most sensitive secret of all. Sirius Black, Luna said immediately. He's here, isn't he? That makes sense, where else would an innocent fugitive hide but among others unjustly persecuted by society? Harry stared at her. How did you? Process of elimination, she explained. The Quibbler investigated the Black case years ago. Dad always said the evidence was too convenient. When you mentioned clearing an innocent man's name, it wasn't difficult to connect the dots. Lupin laughed softly. Harry, I believe Miss Lovegood might be wasted in Ravenclaw. That's Slytherin-level deduction. Is he here now? Luna asked, looking around. Disillusioned, perhaps, or under an invisibility cloak. Right on cue, Sirius emerged from the adjoining room where he'd been listening. Sharp as a tack, this one, he said approvingly. Harry, your friend has an uncomfortably perceptive mind. So I've noticed, Harry agreed dryly. Luna didn't appear starstruck or frightened meeting Britain's most infamous fugitive. She simply offered her hand and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Black. Your motorbike was quite legendary, you know. Dad says it left distinctive vapor trails that attracted blibbering humdingers. Sirius shot Harry a bewildered look before cautiously shaking Luna's hand. Thanks. And just Sirius, please. Luna's agreed to help us, Harry explained. She can be our eyes and ears at Hogwarts when I can't be. And I have access to Ravenclaw Tower, Luna added practically. Different parts of the castle, different perspectives. Assuming we trust her, Fenrir reminded them from his corner. I do, Harry said firmly. Luna keeps her promises. I'm quite good at keeping secrets, Luna agreed. No one tells me many, so the few I have are very precious. Something in her matter-of-fact tone struck a chord with the group. Many of them had lived lives of enforced secrecy, hiding their true nature from the world. They recognized a kindred spirit in this strange, honest girl. Welcome to the pack, Luna Lovegood, Ellis said formally, extending his hand in the werewolf greeting Harry had learned, clasping the wrist rather than the palm. May the moon shine gently on your path. Luna's face lit up as she returned the gesture. And on yours, she replied. Though preferably while you're safely dosed with wolfsbane potion. The tension broken, the group laughed. Even Fenrir's mouth twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. The rest of the evening passed in easy conversation. Luna integrated seamlessly into the pack, her unconventional perspective often providing fresh insights. By the time Harry needed to escort her back to the castle, it was as if she'd always been part of the group. Thank you for bringing me, Luna said as they traversed the tunnel back to Hogwarts grounds. They're quite wonderful, aren't they? So authentic. They are, Harry agreed, struck by her perception. That's what I like about them too. No pretense. It must be freeing, Luna mused, to be among people who see you clearly and accept you anyway. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but just Harry. Harry stopped walking, stunned by her insight. "That's exactly it," he said softly. "How did you know?" Luna smiled gently. "Because that's what everyone wants, isn't it? To be seen for who they truly are." As they emerged near the Whomping Willow, Harry felt a rush of gratitude for this strange, perceptive girl who had somehow become an important ally overnight. Luna Lovegood saw things others missed, including, apparently, the truth of his own heart. "Same time next Saturday," he offered impulsively. Luna beamed. "I'd like that very much, Harry. Perhaps I could bring some pudding. I noticed Tomas has a sweet tooth." "Pudding would be perfect," Harry agreed. "But for now, we should get back before curfew. Don't want to give Filch any reason to ask questions." As they parted ways in the entrance hall, Harry couldn't help but feel that the pack had gained something valuable tonight, not just another ally, but a unique perspective that might prove crucial in the challenges ahead. The ministries moved up the timeline, Ellis announced grimly at their next meeting. "Umbridge is coming to Hogsmeade tomorrow, not next week as we'd heard." The news sent a ripple of tension through the group. Harry, who'd arrived minutes earlier, felt his stomach drop. "How reliable is this information?" Lupin asked. "Very," Ellis said. "My contact at the ministry confirmed it. She's bringing a team of investigators, and has authorization to search any property where werewolf activity is suspected." "That means the shack," Kira said, fear evident in her voice. "We're the whole reason she's coming." "Can she enter without permission?" Harry asked. "I mean, isn't this technically Hogwarts property?" "It's a gray area," Lupin explained. "The shack itself isn't within the castle's formal boundaries, though the tunnel connecting it is. Dumbledore could claim jurisdiction, but that would only delay her, not stop her entirely." "We need to evacuate," Fenrir declared. "Tonight." "And go where?" demanded Gregory, the older werewolf. "This is the only safe place many of us have." "Better homeless than in Azkaban," Fenrir countered. "Or worse, subjected to Umbridge's idea of werewolf containment." The argument grew heated, voices rising as fear and anger battled for dominance. Harry watched, feeling helpless until a sudden idea struck him. "The room of requirement," he said, loudly enough to cut through the noise. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to him. "What about it?" Sirius asked. "It becomes whatever you need," Harry explained, excitement building. "It could become a sanctuary, like the shack. Maybe even better. Inside Hogwarts itself?" Lupin looked skeptical. "Harry, that's extremely risky." "No riskier than staying here with Umbridge on the way," Harry countered. "And the room is unplottable, essentially. It doesn't appear on the Marauder's map. It might not register to whatever detection spells the Ministry uses. It's still inside the castle," Ellis pointed out. "How would we come and go without being seen?" "The same way I do," Harry said. "Carefully, at specific times, using the map to avoid patrols. And we'd only need it temporarily, until we can find a more permanent solution." Lupin exchanged glances with Fenrir and Sirius. "It's not ideal," he admitted. "But neither is being caught here when Umbridge arrives." "I don't like it," Fenrir growled. "Trapped inside the castle, dependent on a magic room we don't control." "I think it's brilliant," Kira countered. "Who would look for werewolves inside Hogwarts itself? It's the perfect misdirection." "I agree with Kira," Ellis nodded. "At least as a temporary measure. We can move our essential supplies tonight, be completely cleared out by morning." "What about the full moon?" asked Darren, his hoarse voice barely audible. "It's in 3 days." A heavy silence fell. The full moon remained their greatest vulnerability, the time when their condition couldn't be hidden or disguised. "We'll still use the forest," Lupin decided. "As planned. The room, remarkable as it is, can't contain transformed werewolves safely without extensive preparations we don't have time for." "I'll speak with Dumbledore," Sirius suggested. Discreetly. If Umbridge is searching the grounds Monday night, we need him to ensure she stays away from the deep forest. In the meantime, Harry said, I'll set up the room. Luna can help. Between the two of us and the map, we can establish a safe route from the castle grounds to the room without being detected. The plan came together quickly after that. The pack would evacuate in small groups throughout the night, bringing only essential belongings. Harry and Luna would prepare the room of requirement, creating a space that could accommodate everyone comfortably while remaining undetectable to castle security. What about the tunnels? Mara asked. If the Ministry finds them. I'll ask the Willow to seal them, Lupin said. It responds to pack request. Once sealed, they'll be virtually undetectable unless you know exactly where to look and how to access them. Harry marveled at how quickly the group adapted to crisis. There was no panic, no extended debate, just rapid problem-solving and decisive action. It was so different from how adults typically behaved around him, constantly shielding him from both information and responsibility. Right, Lupin concluded. Harry, you and Luna establish the room. Sirius, speak with Dumbledore. The rest of us will pack and prepare for evacuation. First group leaves in 2 hours. I'm staying until the end, Fenrir declared. If Ministry officials show up early, they'll have to get through me first. No heroics, Lupin warned. If they come, you disappear. That's an order. Fenrir scowled but nodded reluctantly. The pack's hierarchy was flexible but clear. Lupin's authority, especially in matters involving the wizard world, was rarely challenged. Harry, you should go now, Lupin said. The sooner the room is prepared, the better. Harry nodded, though leaving felt wrong somehow. I'll come back to help with the moving once it's ready. No, Lupin said firmly. Too risky. We'll handle it. Your job is to secure our new sanctuary and keep your eyes open at Hogwarts. If Umbridge has informants in the castle, they might notice unusual activity. Reluctantly, Harry agreed. He said quick goodbyes, promised to have everything ready, and slipped into his designated tunnel, mind already racing with plans for the room of requirement. Back at the castle, he immediately sent a message to Luna using the enchanted coin system Hermione had created for Dumbledore's army, another secret Harry was juggling. The DA had continued despite Umbridge's educational decrees, now more focused than ever on practical defense. Luna met him outside the room minutes later, immediately grasping the urgency of the situation. I was wondering when they'd need to relocate, she said matter-of-factly. The shack's location has never been particularly secure. You're not surprised? Harry asked as they paced before the blank wall, concentrating on their need. Not really. Secrets this large rarely stay hidden long. Though I do think the room is a clever alternative. The door materialized, and they entered to find a space that exceeded Harry's expectations. It had created a multi-level dwelling, reminiscent of the shack but cleaner, more organized, with separate sleeping areas, a communal space, even a small kitchen. This is perfect, Harry breathed. Almost, Luna said thoughtfully. We need to make it untraceable, even to the castle's magic. She closed her eyes, concentrating deeply. The room shimmered, and Harry felt a subtle shift in the magic around them. What did you do? Asked it to hide itself from all detection, including the Hogwarts security enchantments, Luna explained. The castle wants to help, you know. It protects its own. And the werewolves are its own. They're under the protection of Hogwarts students, Luna said simply. That's enough for the castle. Harry wasn't entirely sure that was how the castle's magic worked, but he wasn't about to question it. If Luna believed she'd enhanced their security, he'd take it. They spent the next hour refining the space, ensuring it had everything the pack would need. Harry was careful to include specific elements he knew were important to various members, a quiet reading nook for Ellis, a workshop area for Kira, who crafted protective amulets, a privacy screen for Darren, who was self-conscious about his scarred throat. There, Harry said finally. I think it's ready. Not quite, Luna said, opening her bag and removing a small bundle of silvery plants. Moonflower. It helps ease the pre-transformation symptoms. She placed the bundle in a vase, positioning it centrally in the main room. There. Now it's a home, not just a hideout. Harry smiled gratefully. You're amazing, Luna. I don't know how the pack got along without you. They had you, she said simply. That was enough. They left the room secure, with Harry explaining to Luna how the first group would arrive and how they'd guide subsequent groups throughout the night. I'll handle the third and fourth arrivals, Luna offered. You need rest if you're going to be effective tomorrow. You sure? Harry asked, touched by her consideration. Quite sure. Ravenclaws are excellent at night operations. Our whole house functions primarily after midnight. Harry wasn't sure if she was joking, but he gratefully accepted her offer. The stress of the rapidly changing situation was catching up with him, a bone-deep fatigue setting in. Thanks, Luna. For everything. She smiled dreamily. That's what friends do, Harry Potter. They stand together under the moon, whatever form it takes. The evacuation went smoothly, almost too smoothly. By morning, the Shrieking shack stood empty, all evidence of habitation removed or disguised. The pack had relocated to the room of requirement without incident, and Dumbledore, alerted by Sirius, had arranged to keep Umbridge occupied during critical movement times. Harry maintained his normal routine, though his mind was constantly with the pack. Hermione noticed his distraction during breakfast. Harry, you've been stirring that porridge for 5 minutes without taking a bite, she observed. What's wrong? Nothing, he said automatically. Just didn't sleep well. Is it your scar again? She asked, immediately concerned. You should tell Dumbledore if it's not the scar, Harry assured her. Just stuff. Ron, who'd been quieter since the Pettigrew revelation, looked up from his toast. Stuff about Sirius? Harry nodded, grateful for the plausible explanation. His case is moving slowly. Politics getting in the way of justice. That's the ministry for you, Ron said darkly. Dad says Fudge is fighting the reopening of the case every step of the way. Too embarrassing to admit they were wrong. It's outrageous, Hermione agreed heatedly. I've been researching precedents for wrongful imprisonment cases. There's a clear legal path for immediate exoneration when new evidence emerges, but they're ignoring it. Harry perked up. Really? What kind of precedents? The Grickle case of 1892, 4-1, Hermione said, warming to her subject. Accused of importing illegal magical creatures, imprisoned for 3 years until the actual culprit confessed. The Wisengamot cleared his name within a week and awarded significant compensation. Compensation? Harry hadn't considered that aspect. Of course. 12 years in Azkaban. The Ministry owes Sirius substantial reparations, both financial and social. His reputation, his lost career opportunities, his psychological trauma, all of it has monetary value in wizarding law. Harry made a mental note to share this information with Sirius and Lupin. If they could build public pressure around the compensation angle, perhaps it would move Fudge to action. That's brilliant, Hermione. Do you have your research written up? Some of it, she said, looking pleased by his interest. I can show you after classes. Perfect, Harry agreed. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of the male owls. A large tawny owl dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of Hermione, who immediately unfolded it. Oh no, she gasped, staring at the front page. What? Harry and Ron asked simultaneously. Hermione laid the paper flat so they could see the headline, Ministry launches werewolf investigation in Hogsmeade, Special Investigator Umbridge to lead search for illegal pack. It's starting, Harry murmured, scanning the article with growing dread. Reliable sources report a werewolf encampment has been established near Hogsmeade Village, potentially endangering students and residents alike, Hermione read aloud. Special Investigator Dolores Umbridge has been authorized to conduct a thorough search of the area, with particular focus on the structure known locally as the Shrieking Shack. The Shrieking Shack. Ron frowned. But that's just a haunted building. Everyone knows that. It's where Professor Lupin used to transform during school, Harry explained quietly. Remember? Ron's eyes widened in understanding. So they think there are werewolves living there now? That's mad. Not entirely, Hermione said thoughtfully. It would be a logical location, isolated but close enough to access supplies from the village. Does Umbridge have the authority to search it? Harry asked, feigning ignorance. Isn't it part of Hogwarts property? It's complicated, Hermione sighed. Technically, the shack itself isn't within Hogwarts boundaries, though it's connected to the grounds. But the new legislation gives her sweeping powers for werewolf investigations. It's basically a legal gray area. Sounds like they'll do whatever they want and sort out the legalities later, Ron observed grimly. Exactly, Hermione agreed. And look at this part, Ministry officials are particularly concerned about the proximity of any werewolf settlement to Hogwarts School, where vulnerable young witches and wizards could be at risk. That's rich, Harry said bitterly. As if werewolves are just waiting to attack students. It's propaganda, Hermione said, equally disgusted. Creating fear to justify excessive measures. She looked at Harry curiously. You seem particularly upset about this. I am upset, Harry said carefully. Professor Lupin is a werewolf, and he was the best defense teacher we've ever had. This kind of prejudice is what forced him to resign. Hermione studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. You're right, of course. It's just, you seem personally invested. Werewolf rights matter, Harry said, perhaps too defensively. Just like house elf rights. That comparison effectively distracted Hermione, who launched into an impassioned speech about the interconnected nature of magical being oppression. Harry nodded along, relieved to have dodged further questioning about his intense reaction. Throughout the day, the investigation dominated conversation throughout the castle. Harry overheard snippets everywhere he went. My father says they should all be registered and monitored. I heard they eat children during the full moon. What if they're hiding right under our noses? The casual prejudice made Harry's blood boil. These were the same students who'd respected Professor Lupin, who'd learned more from him than any other defense teacher. Yet at the first hint of werewolf danger, they reverted to medieval superstition. By dinner time, rumors were circulating that Umbridge had already searched the Shrieking Shack and found evidence of recent habitation. Harry caught Luna's eye across the Great Hall, and she gave him a subtle nod. Everything was still secure with the pack in the room of requirement. After dinner, Harry made his way to the 7th floor, carefully checking the map to ensure he wasn't followed. The blank wall transformed into a simple door at his approach, and he slipped inside. The room had adjusted itself to its occupants' needs. What had started as a functional hiding place now felt more like a true communal home. Personal touches were evident everywhere, handmade decorations, arranged sleeping areas, a planning table covered with maps and documents. Harry. Tomas greeted him with obvious relief. Any news? The pack gathered quickly, eager for information from the outside world. Harry reported what he'd overheard, including the rumors about evidence found in the shack. They're lying, Lupin said confidently. We were thorough in removing all traces. They might suspect the shack was used, but they won't find proof. What about the tunnels? Harry asked. Sealed, Fenrir confirmed. The willow closed them completely. Looks like solid earth now, even if you dig. Umbridge is making a show of the search, Ellis added. My contact says she brought Dementors as precautionary security. It's intimidation, pure and simple. The prophet's running with it too, Sirius said bitterly, holding up a copy of the evening edition. Dangerous creatures near children. Makes us sound like monsters stalking the gates. Public opinion is turning against werewolves even more, Kira said quietly. My sister wrote that their neighbors reported a werewolf family in Sussex yesterday. Just an ordinary couple with a child who happens to have lycanthropy. Ministry took the child into protective custody. A grim silence fell. The implications were clear, this wasn't just about the pack anymore. This was a systematic campaign against all werewolves. We need to fight back, Harry said suddenly. Not just hide. How? Fenrir demanded. We show ourselves, we're finished. Not physically, Harry clarified. Information. Counternarrative. The prophet's printing lies, we need to get the truth out there. The quibbler, Luna suggested from the doorway. No one had heard her enter, but no one seemed surprised by her presence either. Dad would publish the real story. An expose on werewolf persecution, the truth about ministry policy. Anonymous sources, Ellis nodded thoughtfully. Testimonials about discrimination, legal analysis of the new regulations. Hermione's been researching werewolf legislation, Harry added. She's found precedents that challenge the legality of the new restrictions. It's risky, Lupin cautioned. If the ministry identifies the sources. Everything's risky now, Kira pointed out. But Harry and Luna are right. Hiding only plays into their narrative that we're dangerous creatures who should be feared. The discussion continued, plans forming for a multi-pronged approach to challenging the ministry's campaign. Harry marveled at the pack's resilience, even confined to a hidden room, even hunted by the government, they remained focused on solutions rather than despair. As the evening wore on, conversation shifted to the imminent full moon, now just 2 days away. The forest plan is compromised, Lupin acknowledged. With Umbridge and her team patrolling, it's too dangerous. What about the room? Harry suggested. Couldn't it create a safe transformation space? Perhaps, Lupin looked thoughtful. But transformed werewolves have specific needs, space to move, reinforced containment, separation from each other to prevent aggression. We can test it, Luna suggested. Ask the room to create a perfect transformation space, see what it provides. They decided to try immediately. Everyone filed out into the corridor, and Lupin paced before the blank wall, concentrating deeply on their requirements. When the door appeared, they entered cautiously. The room had transformed completely. Gone was the communal living space. In its place was something resembling a nature preserve, an expansive indoor forest with a high, star-studded ceiling enchanted to show the moon's phase. Individual dens were spaced throughout the forest, each reinforced with magic and connected by pathways. At the center was a gathering area with a small pond. Remarkable, Ellis breathed. It's perfect. Better than the Forbidden Forest, Kira agreed. No centaurs to worry about, no risk of straying near the castle. And completely secure, Lupin added, examining the magical reinforcements. These containment spells are stronger than anything we could cast ourselves. Even Fenrir looked impressed. This might actually work, he admitted grudgingly. The room knows what you need, Luna said simply. It wants to help. Harry studied the space, amazed by the room's capabilities. So this solves the full moon problem. But what about the longer term? You can't stay hidden in Hogwarts forever. No, Lupin agreed. But this buys us time. Time for Sirius's case to advance, time for public opinion to shift if our media strategy works, time to find a permanent sanctuary. Speaking of Sirius's case, Harry remembered his conversation with Hermione. There's a legal precedent for compensation in wrongful imprisonment cases. The Grickle case from 1892. If we publicize that angle, put pressure on the ministry about the financial cost of denying justice. Smart, Sirius nodded approvingly. Hit them in the galleon pouch. Fudge hates nothing more than potential budget impacts. We'll add it to the Quibbler piece, Luna decided. Dad can run a separate article on the financial implications of Sirius's case alongside the werewolf rights story. This is all well and good, Fenrir interrupted, but we're still trapped in a magical room while the Ministry hunts our kind. I want action, not just words and waiting. What kind of action? Harry asked cautiously. Fenrir's amber eyes gleamed. Investigation works both ways. Umbridge has informants. So can we. I want to know who told the Ministry about the shack. Who betrayed us? A murmur of agreement ran through the group. The question of betrayal had lurked beneath the surface of their discussions. Someone had informed on them, someone who knew about the Shrieking Shack's true purpose. We've suspected a leak for weeks, Ellis reminded them. Since before Pettigrew was captured. It wasn't him, then, Harry frowned. So who? Someone who knows about werewolves, about the shack's history, Lupin said slowly. That narrows it down considerably. Snape, Harry suggested immediately. Lupin shook his head. Severus has many faults, but he wouldn't cross Dumbledore so directly. And he's been supplying our wolfsbane potion, however reluctantly. What about students? Luna asked. Someone might have seen the comings and goings, like I did. Possible, Ellis nodded. But how would a student contact Umbridge directly? And why would she trust such a source? Unless, Harry said slowly, a terrible thought occurring to him, the student is connected to someone at the Ministry. Someone who'd be taken seriously. Like Percy Weasley, Sirius suggested. He works directly for Fudge now, doesn't he? Not Percy, Harry shook his head. He's ambitious, but he wouldn't persecute innocent people. Malfoy, then, Luna suggested. His father has the minister's ear. And Draco's been unusually smug lately, Harry realized. Dropping hints about changes coming to Hogwarts and watching me closely. He might suspect your connection to me, Lupin said thoughtfully. If he's seen you near the Willow. We need to confirm before making accusations, Ellis cautioned. But if it is Malfoy, that gives us an advantage. Predictable enemies are easier to counter. The conversation shifted to surveillance plans, ways to monitor Malfoy's movements and communications without revealing their suspicions. Harry and Luna would watch him at Hogwarts, while the pack would use their Ministry contacts to investigate the Malfoy family's recent interactions with Fudge and Umbridge. As the meeting wound down, Harry found himself reluctantly preparing to leave. These gatherings had become the highlight of his week, the place where he felt most himself, most valued for his actual contributions rather than his famous name. I wish I could stay for the full moon, he said to Lupin as they walked to the door. See the transformation space in action. Lupin's expression softened. I understand the impulse, Harry. But it's still not safe, even with wolfsbane and containment. I know, Harry sighed. I meant what I said before. About pack being there for each other through the hard parts. And we appreciate that more than you know, Lupin assured him. But there are many ways to support the pack beyond physical presence. What you're doing now, the information you bring, the allies you secure, the plans you help create, that's invaluable. Harry nodded, accepting the gentle refusal. I'll check in after the full moon, then. Make sure everyone's okay. We will be, Lupin promised. The room has provided better than we could have hoped. Now go get some rest. You've earned it. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, his mind swirling with plans and concerns. He felt pulled in multiple directions, his commitment to the pack, his responsibilities to his friends, his studies, the looming OWL exams, the threat of Voldemort always lurking in the background. Yet despite the complexity, he felt more purposeful than he had in months. This wasn't just about him anymore. It was about protecting people who had become a second family to him, about fighting injustice in the wizarding world, about building the kind of society where someone like Lupin wouldn't have to hide his true nature. With those thoughts warming his heart, Harry fell into the deepest sleep he'd had in weeks. He woke to chaos. Harry! Ron shook him roughly. Wake up. Something's happened. Harry bolted upright, instantly alert. What? What is it? Dumbledore's gone, Ron said, his face pale. Ministry officials came in the night. They're saying he's been harboring dangerous creatures in the castle. Umbridge is taking over as High Inquisitor with emergency powers. Harry's blood ran cold. What? That's insane. Where's Dumbledore now? No one knows. McGonagall says he left before they could arrest him. The whole castle's in an uproar. Harry scrambled out of bed, mind racing. The pack. If Umbridge was taking control of Hogwarts with emergency powers, the room of requirement might not be safe anymore. I need to find Hermione, he said, pulling on his clothes hastily. She's in the common room with the others. Everyone's talking about it. Harry hurried downstairs to find the Gryffindor common room packed with students in various states of dress, all talking excitedly or anxiously. Hermione spotted him and rushed over. Harry! Have you heard? Some of it, he nodded grimly. What exactly happened? Ministry officials arrived around midnight, she explained quickly. They searched the Shrieking Shack yesterday and found evidence of recent habitation. Harry's heart pounded. And Dumbledore? Vanished before they could take him in. Professor McGonagall says he'll be back when things are sorted out, but for now, Umbridge has been appointed High Inquisitor with temporary headship powers. This is bad, Harry muttered. Really bad. It gets worse, Hermione lowered her voice. They're conducting a room-by-room search of the castle today. Looking for the werewolves they claim are hidden here. Harry felt physically ill. The pack was trapped in the room of requirement, and it was the night of the full moon. If they were discovered. I need to go, he said abruptly. Go where? Hermione caught his arm. Harry, what's going on? You know something, don't you? Harry hesitated, torn between the need for secrecy and the desperate situation. If ever there was a time to bring Hermione into his confidence, it was now. I can't explain here, he said finally. Too many ears. But yes, I know something, and it's urgent. Hermione studied his face, then nodded decisively. Let me get my wand. Whatever you're mixed up in, you'll need help. I'll come too, Ron said immediately. Harry shook his head. No, Ron. I need you to run interference with your brothers. Keep Fred and George from doing anything that would draw attention today. It's important. Ron looked hurt but nodded. Fine. But you owe me a full explanation later. You'll get it, Harry promised. Both of you. Just, trust me for now. 5 minutes later, Harry and Hermione slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak. The corridors were buzzing with activity, prefects huddled in worried groups, professors striding purposefully between floors, and ministry officials in distinctive burgundy robes conducting their search. Where are we going? Hermione whispered as Harry navigated them through back passages and secret shortcuts. Room of requirement, he replied tersely. 7th floor. The room from the DA meetings. Why? She broke off as understanding dawned. Harry, please tell me you haven't been hiding werewolves in Hogwarts. Not now, Hermione, Harry hissed as they narrowly avoided Filch patrolling a corridor. Explanations later. They reached the 7th floor to find it mercifully empty. Harry paced quickly before the blank wall, thinking desperately, we need to warn the pack about the search. We need to reach them safely. The door appeared, smaller and more discreet than usual. Harry pulled Hermione through quickly, closing it behind them. They found themselves in a small antechamber rather than the main room, a security feature Harry hadn't specifically requested but gratefully accepted. Wait here, he told Hermione. Let me speak to them first. Them? She asked weakly. Harry ignored the question and approached the inner door, knocking a specific pattern the pack had established as identification. After a moment, the door cracked open to reveal Ellis's wary face. Harry, he said with obvious relief. We were wondering when you'd come. You've heard, then? Harry asked as Ellis let him in. Hard to miss the commotion, Ellis replied grimly. The room told us, in its way, changed the ceiling to show dark clouds gathering. We've been preparing for evacuation. The main space had transformed again. Gone was the forest environment for the full moon. Instead, the room had become something like a military command center, maps of Hogwarts on the walls, packed bags ready by the door, the pack gathered around the central table where Lupin was speaking quietly. Harry, Lupin looked up. Thank goodness. And you've brought. His eyes widened as Hermione stepped hesitantly into the room. Miss Granger. She insisted, Harry explained. And we need her help. The Ministry is searching the castle room by room. We know, Sirius said grimly. The question is whether they can find this room. I don't think so, Harry said. But we can't be certain. And even if they can't, you're trapped. It's the full moon tonight. You need to be somewhere safe to transform. The room would still provide that safety, Luna pointed out. She sat cross-legged on a cushion in the corner, calmly weaving what appeared to be protective charms from colored string. No one seemed surprised by her presence. Hermione, meanwhile, stood frozen in the doorway, taking in the scene with wide eyes, the maps, the packed bags, the dozen or so people watching her warily, and most shocking of all, Sirius Black standing casually beside Professor Lupin as if they were old friends. Harry, she said faintly. What have you done? Saved innocent lives, Fenrir growled from his position by the window, a window that Harry knew was entirely illusory. Got a problem with that, girl? Fenrir, Lupin said sharply. Miss Granger is a friend. Harry obviously trusts her, or she wouldn't be here. I'd like an explanation, Hermione said, finding her voice. Starting with why there's a werewolf pack hiding in Hogwarts and why you're involved, Harry. It's a long story, Harry sighed. Shorten it, she suggested. The Ministry won't search forever. Harry gave her the condensed version, discovering the Shrieking Shack's true purpose, learning about the pack, the increasing persecution from the Ministry, and finally, the emergency relocation to the Room of Requirement when Umbridge came to investigate. Hermione listened without interrupting, her expression shifting from shock to understanding to determination. So Umbridge's claims aren't entirely wrong, she said when he finished. There are werewolves at Hogwarts. Just not for the reasons she thinks. These are people, Hermione, Harry said fiercely. People the Ministry would lock away just for existing. Professor Lupin, others like him who've never hurt anyone. I know that, she said quietly. I've been researching werewolf rights for months, remember? I'm not judging, Harry. I'm assessing the situation. She turned to address the room at large. The Ministry search is methodical, starting from the dungeons and working upward. They'll reach this floor by mid-afternoon at their current pace. The Room of Requirement might be unplottable, but they're physically checking every room, corridor, and alcove. We can't assume they won't find it. What do you suggest? Lupin asked, respecting her analysis. You need to leave Hogwarts entirely, Hermione said firmly. Not just hide in a different part of the castle. As long as you're on the grounds, you're at risk, especially with the full moon tonight. We've been discussing options, Ellis nodded. The problem is transportation. We can't apparate from Hogwarts grounds, and we're too many for brooms. Full connections are being monitored. The tunnel to Honeydukes, Harry suggested. We could go in small groups, make our way to the Hog's Head from there. Hogsmeade will be crawling with Ministry officials, Kira pointed out. What about the Forbidden Forest? Luna suggested. It borders non-Hogwarts land eventually. If you went deep enough, past the Centaur territory. That might work, Lupin said thoughtfully. But we'd need a safe destination on the other side. Somewhere to transform tonight. I might have a solution, Sirius spoke up. My family has a hunting lodge in northern Scotland. Unplottable, heavily warded. I haven't been there in years, but as head of the Black family, I should still have access. Can you key us into the wards remotely? Ellis asked. Not exactly, Sirius admitted. I'd need to be physically present to adjust them. But once I am, I could add all of you instantly. So we need to get everyone through the forest to a point where apparition is possible, Hermione summarized. Then those who can apparate take those who can't to this lodge. Before moonrise, Lupin added grimly. Which gives us approximately 8 hours. We should go in stages, Harry suggested. Small groups leaving at intervals, taking different routes through the forest. Less noticeable than one large exodus. I'll create a diversion, Hermione decided. Something to draw the Ministry searchers to the opposite side of the castle around lunchtime. That should give the first groups a clear path to the forest edge. Harry stared at her with newfound appreciation. Hermione hadn't hesitated for a moment once she understood the situation. She'd immediately begun problem-solving, accepting the pack as people deserving of help rather than dangerous creatures to be feared. Thank you, he said simply. She gave him a small smile. Did you think I wouldn't help? I knew you would, Harry realized. That's why I brought you here. The planning accelerated after that. Hermione's analytical mind complemented the pack's practical experience perfectly. They mapped routes through the forest, established rendezvous points, and created contingency plans for various scenarios. Luna volunteered to guide the first group, claiming intimate knowledge of the forest's safer paths. The Thestrals avoid certain areas, she explained. Those are the parts where the more dangerous creatures dwell. Harry would guide the second group, while Hermione created diversions from inside the castle. Sirius would go first with Luna to secure the lodge and prepare it for the others' arrival. As noon approached, the first group prepared to depart, Sirius, Luna, Ellis, and 2 of the younger werewolves. They carried only essential supplies, with Sirius transfigured to look like a nondescript student and the others disillusioned as best as their magic allowed. Be careful, Harry told Luna as the group gathered at the room's exit. If you're caught, we won't be, she said serenely. The castle wants to help. It will show us the safe paths. Harry wasn't entirely sure about the castle's sentience or assistance, but he'd learned not to discount Luna's unique perceptions. I'll see you at the lodge, Sirius promised, gripping Harry's shoulder. Keep your head down, follow the plan. I will, Harry nodded. Go safely. The first group slipped out, Luna in the lead, leaving the room quieter and somehow emptier despite the dozen people still remaining. Hermione checked her watch. Time for me to set up the diversion, she said briskly. The Weasley twins' products should create sufficient chaos in the East Wing to draw attention. Be careful, Harry cautioned. If Umbridge suspects you're involved, she won't, Hermione said confidently. I've arranged for the distraction to appear random and unconnected to any specific student. She left with a determined expression that Harry knew well. Whatever Hermione had planned, it would be thorough and effective. The waiting was the hardest part. Harry paced the room, watching the enchanted ceiling that now showed the position of Ministry searchers as glowing dots moving through the castle layout. Whoever, or whatever, controlled the room's magic had clearly understood their need for real-time intelligence. Your friend is impressive, Kira commented, watching Harry's restless movement. Quick to adapt. Hermione's the smartest, which I know, Harry agreed. And loyal to a fault. You've chosen your pack well, she said approvingly. Harry hadn't thought of his friends that way before, as his personal pack, but the description felt right. Ron, Hermione, Luna, they were his pack, in a way. Different from but complementary to his connection with the werewolves. A distant boom shook the castle, followed by several smaller explosions. The ceiling map showed Ministry dots converging rapidly toward the East Wing. That's our signal, Lupin said, all business now. Second group, prepare to move. Harry would lead Kira, Tomas, and 2 others through a different route to the forest, down through a rarely used staircase to the ground floor, then out through a side entrance near the greenhouses. Remember, Lupin cautioned as they prepared to leave, stay disillusioned, move quietly, and if separated, continue to the rendezvous point independently. We can't afford to lose time searching for each other. Got it, Harry nodded, checking the Marauders' map one final time. Our route is clear. Guiding 4 disillusioned adults through a busy castle proved even more challenging than Harry had anticipated. Though nearly invisible, the werewolves weren't completely undetectable, a shimmer of movement, a slight distortion in the air that an observant eye might notice. Harry kept them moving through the least populated corridors, using the map to avoid patrols. They reached the ground floor without incident, but as they approached the side entrance, disaster nearly struck. Professor McGonagall rounded the corner unexpectedly, walking briskly with a ministry official at her side. Harry froze, heart pounding. The werewolves halted behind him, barely breathing. McGonagall's sharp eyes swept the corridor, and for a moment, Harry was certain she'd spotted the telltale shimmer of their disillusionment charms. But she merely continued her conversation with the ministry official, her voice deliberately loud. As I was saying, Mr. Dawlish, I find it highly unlikely that Albus Dumbledore would harbor dangerous creatures within the school. The very suggestion is absurd. Nevertheless, we have our orders, Professor, Dawlish replied stiffly. The search will continue until we're satisfied the school is secure. Then by all means, continue searching the East Wing, where that unfortunate experimental charm seems to have caused such disruption, McGonagall suggested pointedly. I believe I heard Professor Flitwick call for assistance there just moments ago. Very well, Dawlish agreed reluctantly. But we will return to complete the inspection of this floor afterward. Of course, McGonagall nodded. I wouldn't expect anything less. She turned to lead him back the way they'd come, but not before her eyes flicked directly to Harry's position and her head tilted almost imperceptibly toward the door. The message was clear, go now. Once McGonagall and Dawlish disappeared around the corner, Harry whispered, she knows. She's helping us. Minerva McGonagall has always been shrewder than most give her credit for, Kira murmured. Let's not waste her diversion. They slipped outside, the cool afternoon air a welcome relief after the tense confines of the castle. The grounds appeared deserted, most students kept inside during the ministry search. They made their way quickly toward the forest edge, staying close to hedges and outbuildings for cover. The forest welcomed them with dense foliage and dappled shadows. Harry led confidently, having spent more time in these woods than most students, though usually not by choice. Behind him, the werewolves moved with natural stealth, at home among the trees in a way Harry could never match. This way, he whispered, consulting the crude map Lupin had drawn. The rendezvous point is about 2 miles in, near the stream that runs east. They traveled in silence, alert for any sound that might indicate ministry patrols or forest creatures. Harry noticed that the werewolves seemed increasingly comfortable as they penetrated deeper into the woods, shoulders relaxing, movements becoming more fluid, senses engaging with their surroundings in a way that seemed almost primal. The forest recognizes us, Tomas said softly when they paused for a brief rest. Even in human form, we belong here in a way humans don't. Harry hadn't considered that aspect of lycanthropy, the deeper connection to wild places, to the untamed world beyond wizarding civilization. It made sense, though. The werewolf wasn't just a condition, it was part of their identity, their way of experiencing the world. They reached the rendezvous point to find Luna waiting serenely by the stream. Right on time, she smiled. The first group has reached the lodge safely. Sirius is preparing it now. Any sign of pursuit? Harry asked. None, Luna assured him. Though the centaurs are aware of our passage. They're watching but not interfering. The apparition point? Kira asked. Another mile east, Luna pointed. Beyond the ministry's anti-apparition wards. I'll guide you there. Harry checked his watch, just past 2 o'clock. Plenty of time before moonrise, but the third group would be leaving the castle soon, and he needed to return to guide the final group. "I should head back," he said reluctantly. "Be careful," Kira clasped his wrist in the pact gesture. "The Ministry will be more alert now, not less." "I will," he promised. "See you tonight." The return journey was quicker but more nerve-wracking. Alone now, Harry relied heavily on the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map to avoid detection. He reached the castle to find the atmosphere tense, with increased Ministry presence and professors escorting officials from room to room with tight expressions. Harry slipped inside through the same side entrance and made his way carefully back to the 7th floor. The room of requirement door appeared immediately at his approach, recognizing his need for quick entry. Inside, he found Lupin, Fenrir, Darren, and Mara, the final group, prepared for departure. Hermione had returned as well, looking pleased with herself. Fred and George's portable swamp combined with a few timing-delayed wildfire whiz-bangs, she explained. "The East Wing is temporarily inaccessible." "Very temporarily, they're already working to contain it." "Brilliant," Harry grinned. The second group made it to the rendezvous. "Luna's leading them to the apparition point now." "The third group left 20 minutes ago," Lupin reported. "Gregory is leading them through the tunnel to Honeyduke's, a riskier route, but we needed to split our exit paths in case one is discovered." "So far, so good," Harry nodded. "Are we ready for the final push?" "Almost," Lupin said. "There's been a complication." "What kind?" "Snape," Fenrir growled. "He knows." Harry's heart sank. "How? Did he say something?" "He sent a message." Lupin held up a small piece of parchment. "Delivered by house elf directly to the room. I don't know how he knew to reach us here, but the message is clear. Umbridge suspects the room of requirement exists and is planning to search this corridor specifically within the hour." "We need to go now," Harry decided. "My cloak can cover 2, maybe 3 if we're careful. The others will need strong disillusionment." "Agreed," Lupin nodded. "Though I'm concerned about Fenrir. His distinctive appearance is harder to disguise effectively." Harry glanced at the burly werewolf, understanding the problem. Fenrir's massive build and fierce demeanor made him stand out even without the facial scars and amber eyes that marked him clearly as a werewolf to knowledgeable observers. "We'll need a different route for him," Hermione suggested. "Perhaps through the kitchens. The house elves might be willing to help." "No," Fenrir shook his head. "No more splitting up. We go together or not at all." "Then we need a distraction," Harry said. "Something big enough to clear our path completely." "I have an idea," Hermione said slowly. "But it's risky. For all of us. Riskier than being caught by Umbridge on the full moon?" Mara asked dryly. "Point taken," Hermione acknowledged. "We trigger the castle's external threat response." "The what?" Harry frowned. "Hogwarts has defensive protocols for external threats," Hermione explained. "If the castle believes it's under attack from outside, it initiates lockdown procedures, students to dormitories, staff to predetermined defense positions. During that chaos, we could move more freely." "And how exactly do we trigger this response?" Lupin asked. "We don't," Hermione said simply. "Peeves does." Harry grinned slowly as understanding dawned. "Brilliant." 20 minutes later, the plan was in motion. Hermione had enlisted the twins' help, without explaining why, to engage Peeves in what Fred and George considered the prank of the century. The poltergeist, unable to resist such an opportunity, was creating havoc on the grounds, triggering the castle's ancient warning systems with a convincing simulation of an external assault. Alarms rang throughout Hogwarts as Harry led the final group through suddenly empty corridors. Ministry officials and professors alike rushed to defensive positions, leaving their search temporarily abandoned. They reached the forest edge without incident, moving quickly toward the rendezvous point. "Your friend is terrifying," Fenrir commented as they pushed deeper into the woods. "Remind me never to get on her bad side." Hermione's the best ally you could have, Harry agreed. And the worst enemy. They reached the rendezvous point to find Hermione already waiting. She'd taken a different route and somehow beaten them there. The others are at the apparition point, she reported briskly. We should hurry. The diversion won't last much longer. As they jogged through the forest, Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions, relief at their escape, worry about potential consequences, and underlying it all, a sense of rightness. This was what loyalty meant, standing with people who needed help, regardless of personal risk. They reached the apparition point as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon. Gregory waited with Darren's mate, a quiet woman who had joined the pack recently. We're the last, Lupin confirmed, counting heads. Everyone else made it through. Safely at the lodge, Gregory nodded. Sirius has keyed the wards for all of us. It's secure. Then let's not linger, Lupin said, checking the darkening sky. Moonrise is in less than 3 hours. The adult werewolves who could apparate each took responsibility for those who couldn't. Lupin approached Harry and Hermione. You two should return to the castle, he said. You've done more than enough, and your absence will be noticed. No way, Harry said immediately. We're coming with you. At least to make sure everyone's settled safely. Harry, Lupin began. We've come this far, Hermione interrupted. And the castle is in chaos. No one will miss us for a few more hours. Lupin studied their determined faces, then nodded reluctantly. Very well. But you return before moonrise. That's non-negotiable. Harry and Hermione would travel with Lupin, while the others paired up according to apparition ability. With final checks complete, they began disappearing one by one with sharp cracks that echoed through the forest clearing. Lupin extended his arms to Harry and Hermione. Hold tight, he instructed. And prepare for an unpleasant sensation. The crushing darkness of apparition enveloped Harry. Just when he thought his lungs would burst, they emerged on a windswept hillside. A stone lodge stood before them, smoke curling from its chimney despite the apparent abandonment of the surrounding property. Black Lodge, Lupin announced. One of the lesser-known Black family properties. Sirius spent summers here as a child. They approached the heavy wooden door, which swung open at their arrival. Inside, they found organized chaos, pack members settling in, arranging the space for the impending transformation, Sirius directing operations with unexpected authority. Last group accounted for, he noted with relief when they entered. Cutting it close, Mooney. Unavoidable delays, Lupin replied. The important thing is everyone made it. The lodge was larger inside than it appeared, another magically expanded space, though not as dramatic as the room of requirement. A great room dominated the ground floor, with a massive fireplace and rustic but comfortable furnishings. Corridors led to what Harry assumed were bedrooms and other private spaces. A spiral staircase in the corner suggested additional floors above. The cellars are prepared, Sirius reported. Reinforced, separated into individual secure areas. Not as elegant as the room's solution, but it'll serve. It's perfect, Lupin assured him, surveying the space with approval. You've done well, old friend. As the werewolves continued preparing for moonrise, Harry and Hermione found themselves at a loose end. They gravitated to a window seat overlooking the rugged landscape, hills rolling away to distant mountains, heather painting the slopes in muted purples and browns. It's beautiful here, Hermione commented. Isolated, but beautiful. Perfect for a werewolf sanctuary, Harry agreed. If Sirius can secure it permanently. He will, she said confidently. Once his name is cleared. The ministry will owe him significant compensation, enough to fund this place properly. Harry nodded, struck again by Hermione's matter-of-fact acceptance of the situation. You're taking all this remarkably well. Did you expect me to panic? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Or perhaps lecture you about breaking school rules. Maybe a bit of both, Harry admitted. Harry, You've been sneaking off to visit a secret werewolf community for months. You helped an escaped prisoner hide from authorities. You orchestrated an evacuation under the ministry's nose. She shook her head in exasperation. Of course I'm not surprised. This is exactly the sort of thing you do. Is that good or bad? Both, she said honestly. It's reckless and dangerous and probably illegal in several ways. It's also brave and loyal and fundamentally right. Harry smiled, grateful for her understanding. Thanks for helping. I couldn't have done this without you. That's what friends are for, she said simply. Though next time, perhaps tell me before things reach crisis point. Deal, he agreed. The sky outside darkened as evening approached. Lodge preparations intensified, with werewolves beginning to retire to the reinforced cellar in preparation for transformation. The Wolfsbane potion would help them maintain their human minds, but physical containment remained essential, both for safety and peace of mind. Time to go, Lupin announced, approaching Harry and Hermione. Sirius will apparate you back to the forest edge. From there, you can return to the castle under the cloak. We could stay, Harry suggested. Just until after moonrise, to make sure everything goes smoothly. Absolutely not, Lupin said firmly. I appreciate the sentiment, Harry, but no. The transformation it isn't something you need to witness. There was something in his voice, shame, perhaps, or simply the desire for privacy in a vulnerable moment, that made Harry abandon his argument. All right, he conceded. But we'll come back tomorrow. To check on everyone. If you can do so safely, Lupin agreed. The pack would welcome it. You've both earned your place among us today. He clasped Harry's wrist in the pack gesture, then, surprisingly, did the same with Hermione. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. Sirius appeared, ready to transport them back. All set. The others are settling in below. We're ready, Harry nodded. Take care of them, Sirius. Always, his godfather promised. Now let's get you two back before McGonagall has kittens. With final farewells to the remaining pack members, Harry and Hermione took Sirius's arms for apparition. The crushing darkness enveloped them once more, and they emerged at the forest edge, the lights of Hogwarts visible through the trees. Straight back to the castle, Sirius instructed. No detours. And Harry, his expression softened, thank you. What you did today. James would be proud. The simple statement hit Harry like a physical force. Thanks, he managed. That means a lot. Sirius pulled him into a quick, fierce hug, then stepped back. Go on, both of you. And stay out of trouble for at least a week, would you? My heart can't take much more excitement. No promises, Harry grinned. They watched Sirius disappear with a crack, then turned toward the castle. The invisibility cloak covered them both as they made their way across the grounds, which had returned to normal now that Peeves' attack had been contained. Do you think they'll be all right? Hermione asked as they approached the entrance. I do, Harry said with quiet confidence. They're survivors, all of them. And now they have somewhere safe, at least temporarily. And what about us? She asked. Umbridge will be looking for someone to blame for today's chaos. We'll manage, Harry said. We always do. As they slipped back into the castle, Harry felt a sense of accomplishment unlike anything he'd experienced before. Today wasn't about personal glory or individual heroics. It was about community, about standing with people who needed an ally, about fighting injustice not through grand gestures but through practical action and unwavering loyalty. The pack was safe. For now, that was enough. Chapter 3, Howl at the Darkness. Dawn broke over Black Lodge with streaks of crimson and gold painting the Scottish Highlands. Harry stood on the weather-beaten porch, watching the mist curl between heather-covered hills. The night's full moon had passed, and somewhere below in the reinforced cellar, the pack was recovering from their transformations. couldn't sleep. Luna appeared beside him, wrapped in a patchwork quilt. Harry shook his head. Too much happening. The Nargles are particularly active during transitions, she observed, gazing at the horizon. They're drawn to upheaval. A week had passed since the dramatic evacuation from Hogwarts. Harry, Hermione, and Luna had established a rhythm, attending classes, dodging Umbridge's increasingly paranoid interrogations, and visiting the pack whenever they could slip away. The Quibbler had published its exposé on werewolf persecution, creating minor ripples in public discourse but no immediate policy changes. Sirius says the wards detected someone testing them yesterday, Harry said, voicing the concern that had kept him awake. Ministry, probably. They can't break through, Luna assured him. Black family magic is remarkably resilient. Dad says it's because they incorporated forgotten Mesopotamian principles. Still, Harry frowned, they're getting closer. And we need a permanent solution. The door behind them opened, and Hermione emerged with steaming mugs of tea. Thought you might need this. It's freezing out here. Thanks, Harry accepted gratefully, wrapping his hands around the warmth. Any word from Ron? Luna asked. Harry shook his head. His last letter was short. He's covering for us with McGonagall, but it's getting harder. Umbridge has the Inquisitorial Squad checking student whereabouts constantly. Draco's enjoying his new authority, Hermione said bitterly. He nearly caught me retrieving supplies from the room of requirement yesterday. The door opened again, and Ellis stepped out. The dark-skinned werewolf looked exhausted but steady, the post-transformation recovery already advancing. Meeting in 15 minutes, he told them. War room. Remus wants everyone there, we have developments. Good or bad? Harry asked. Both, Ellis replied cryptically, turning back inside. The lodge's dining room had been converted to what they all called the war room, a large table surrounded by mismatched chairs, walls covered with maps, newspaper clippings, and intelligence reports from their various contacts. As Harry, Luna, and Hermione entered, they found most of the pack already gathered, along with Sirius. Lupin stood at the head of the table, looking worn but focused. The full moon always took its toll, but the secure transformation space had made recovery quicker than usual. Thank you for coming, he began once everyone was seated. We have several matters to discuss, some urgent. He nodded to Kira, who stood with a sheet of parchment in hand. Our ministry contact has confirmed that Umbridge has obtained official authorization for the capture and interrogation of all suspected werewolves in Britain, she reported. They're calling it the Lycanthrope Control Initiative. Teams of Aurors have been dispatched to known werewolf gathering places. Angry murmurs rippled through the group. That's not even the worst part, Kira continued grimly. The interrogation protocols include the use of silver restraints and truth serum administered without standard legal protections. Torture, in other words, Fenrir growled. Legalized torture. Essentially, yes, Kira confirmed. And any werewolf found to have deliberately concealed their condition faces immediate imprisonment in a new, secure facility, within Azkaban itself. Harry's stomach churned with disgust. How is this even legal? Emergency powers, Hermione explained, her voice tight with anger. When the minister declares a public safety crisis, the Wisengamot can approve temporary measures that bypass normal legal constraints. There's more, Sirius added. My hearing has been postponed indefinitely. Fudge is claiming more pressing matters of national security take precedence. They're connected, Lupin said. My presence at Hogwarts and Sirius's case both challenge the ministry's narrative. They can't afford either story gaining traction right now. So what do we do? Harry demanded. We can't just hide here forever. We don't intend to, Lupin assured him. Which brings us to our next item. Ellis. Ellis stood, unrolling a detailed map of the Ministry of Magic. We've identified the location of sealed records that could exonerate Sirius. They're held in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Level 2, in the sealed cases archive. The what now? Harry asked. The sealed cases archive, Hermione explained. It's where the Ministry keeps sensitive legal records. Cases involving high-ranking officials, national security matters, and embarrassing mistakes they'd rather forget, Sirius interjected darkly. Exactly, Ellis nodded. According to our source, the full transcripts of Sirius's case, including initial witness interviews that were never presented at trial, are stored there. If we can retrieve them and make them public, the Ministry would have to acknowledge the miscarriage of justice, Hermione finished. And once Sirius is cleared, he can legally claim his properties and establish proper sanctuary for the pack, Harry realized. That's the hope, Lupin agreed. But retrieving those records won't be simple. The Ministry's security has increased dramatically under Umbridge's influence. We need a team, Fenrir declared. A small group that can infiltrate without detection. I volunteer, Harry said immediately. As do I, Hermione added. Me too, Luna chimed in serenely. No, Lupin shook his head. It's too dangerous for students. If you're caught, with all due respect, Professor, Hermione interrupted, we have advantages the rest of you don't. Harry has his invisibility cloak. I've researched the Ministry's layout extensively. And Luna notices things others miss. She's right, Sirius reluctantly acknowledged. And most of the pack would be recognized immediately as werewolves by the Ministry's detection spells. We'd need adult supervision, Lupin insisted. That would be me, Sirius said firmly. I know the Ministry building better than anyone here. And I have a personal stake in those records. You're the most wanted wizard in Britain, Fenrir pointed out. Which is why I'll be disguised, Sirius countered. Polyjuice potion. We have enough for a 4-hour window. Discussion erupted around the table, concerns about risk, arguments about who should go, debates over timing. Harry watched the interchange with growing impatience until he couldn't contain himself any longer. This affects all of us, he said loudly, cutting through the noise. But some of us need to stay here and protect the lodge. If those Ministry teams find this place while we're gone. Harry's right, Kira agreed. We need a balanced approach. A small team for the Ministry mission, the rest maintaining security here. And we need to move quickly, Ellis added. The longer we wait, the more likely Umbridge implements her next round of restrictions. There's another factor, Luna said in her dreamy voice, though her eyes were unusually focused. The Ministry isn't the only threat. Fenrir Greyback's pack has been sighted near Hogsmeade. My father received reports from his sources yesterday. This news caused another stir. Greyback, the notorious werewolf who had bitten Lupin as a child, commanded a pack loyal to Voldemort. Their appearance near Hogsmeade couldn't be coincidence. If Greyback's involved, this goes beyond Ministry politics, Lupin said gravely. It means Voldemort is taking an interest in the werewolf community's situation. Recruiting, more likely, Fenrir, their Fenrir, who had taken the name in defiance, spat. Offering protection to werewolves who pledge loyalty. All the more reason to secure Sirius's exoneration quickly, Hermione argued. Establish a legitimate alternative for werewolves before they're driven to Voldemort's side by desperation. The meeting continued for another hour, hammering out details of both immediate security and the Ministry infiltration plan. When they finally adjourned, Harry felt simultaneously energized and exhausted. The stakes kept rising, but at least they had a path forward. As the group dispersed, Lupin beckoned Harry to follow him outside. They walked a short distance from the lodge, finding a flat rock overlooking the valley below. You've taken on an enormous burden, Lupin said without preamble. Far beyond what anyone your age should bear. I chose this, Harry reminded him. No one forced me. True, Lupin acknowledged. But choices have consequences, Harry. Your involvement with the pack has already changed your life in ways you may not fully appreciate yet. You sound like you're trying to give me an out, Harry observed. Lupin smiled faintly. Perhaps I am. The path ahead will be dangerous, not just physically, but legally and socially. Associating with werewolves marks you in wizarding society. Once that mark is applied, it's nearly impossible to remove. You think I care about that? Harry asked incredulously. After everything? I think you should, Lupin said quietly. Your parents fought for you to have choices, Harry. To live freely. Sometimes I wonder if I've helped restrict those choices instead. Harry stared out at the mist-shrouded hills, gathering his thoughts. My whole life, I've been marked, he finally said. This scar, being the boy who lived, all the expectations that come with it, none of that was my choice. But this? Standing with you, with the pack. That's mine. And it feels more right than anything ever has. Lupin studied him, a complex emotion in his eyes. You are remarkably like your father in some ways, he said softly. And like your mother in others. They would be proud of the person you're becoming. Even though that person hangs out with werewolves and helps fugitives escape justice. Harry asked with a half-smile. Especially because of that, Lupin assured him. Loyalty was everything to your parents. They would understand completely. They sat in companionable silence for a moment before Lupin spoke again. There's another reason I wanted to speak privately. Something we haven't discussed with the full group yet. What is it? We believe Umbridge herself is coming to Hogsmeade this weekend. A surprise inspection of the ongoing investigation. Harry's pulse quickened. That could be an opportunity. Or a trap, Lupin cautioned. But yes, potentially an opportunity. If we could detain her briefly, we might access information about both the Ministry's werewolf initiatives and Sirius's case. Kidnap the High Inquisitor? Harry raised his eyebrows. That's bold, even for us. Not kidnap, Lupin corrected hastily. Temporarily detain for questioning. But it's extremely risky. If something went wrong, it would validate everything she claims about werewolves being dangerous, Harry finished. I see the dilemma. Just something to consider, Lupin said, rising from the rock. For now, let's focus on the Ministry mission. Sirius wants to review the building plans with you before dinner. As Lupin walked back toward the lodge, Harry remained on the rock, turning this new information over in his mind. Umbridge in Hogsmeade. The woman responsible for so much suffering, so close at hand. The temptation was undeniable. But was it worth the risk? That was the real question. 3 days later, Harry found himself crouched in a maintenance alcove on level 2 of the Ministry of Magic, his heart hammering against his ribs. Beside him, Hermione cast another detection spell, checking for approaching security. Clear for now, she whispered. But we need to move quickly. The patrol patterns suggest they'll be back through this corridor in 7 minutes. The Ministry infiltration had gone surprisingly smoothly so far. They had entered through the visitor's entrance, Sirius polyjuiced as a nondescript Ministry employee whose hair Kira had obtained, Harry under his invisibility cloak, Hermione and Luna using forged visitor badges created by the werewolf Gregory, who apparently had a knack for document replication. The archive should be 3 doors down on the left, Sirius murmured, checking a small, enchanted map. According to our intel, the security is primarily magical, not physical. I've been practicing the counter-charms, Hermione assured him. As long as they haven't changed the standard Ministry protocols in the last week, I should be able to disarm them temporarily. And if they have? Harry asked. Then we improvise, Sirius replied with a ghost of his old reckless grin. They moved swiftly down the corridor, Luna trailing slightly behind, her protuberant eyes scanning constantly. The Raxperts are particularly dense near that door, she observed, pointing to their target. That suggests powerful concealment magic. Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's unusual observations. Hermione, focus on that area particularly when you cast. Hermione nodded, drawing her wand as they reached the door, a plain, unremarkable entrance that appeared no different from the others lining the corridor. She began a complex series of countercharms, her wand movements precise and deliberate. "There's something else," Luna whispered suddenly. "A secondary spell matrix, interwoven with the primary protections." Hermione paused, frowning. "I don't see anything secondary in the standard detection." "It's there," Luna insisted. "Like a shadow beneath the obvious magic." Sirius stepped closer, his borrowed face creased with concentration. "She's right. There's a subtle undertone to the magical signature. Recent, too, not part of the original protections." "Umbridge," Harry guessed. "She's been updating security. Can we break through?" Hermione asked anxiously, checking her watch. "We're down to 5 minutes before the patrol returns." "We can," Luna said confidently, drawing her own wand. "But not with conventional countercharms. We need to approach it laterally." What followed was one of the strangest displays of magic Harry had ever witnessed. Luna began a sing-song incantation in what sounded like multiple languages blended together, her wand tracing patterns that seemed to follow no logical sequence. Yet somehow, the magic responded, the door's protective field visibly rippled, colors shifting and warping until a small opening appeared in the center. "Now, Hermione," Luna directed. "Standard unlocking through that gap." Hermione, looking both impressed and slightly put out, cast a perfect Alohomora through the opening Luna had created. The lock clicked, and the door swung inward. "Bloody brilliant," Sirius breathed. "Where did you learn that, Luna?" "Oh, it's a variation on my mother's experimental charm work," she replied airily. "She was developing ways to access the realm of the blibbering humdinger when she died. The principles are surprisingly applicable to security matrices." They slipped into the archive, a long, narrow room lined with filing cabinets that reached the ceiling. Each cabinet was labeled with a year range and case classification. 1981, high security, Sirius muttered, scanning the labels. "Should be toward the back." They moved quickly through the room, conscious of their limited time window. Harry kept checking the Marauder's map, which he'd modified with Hermione's help to show their immediate surroundings within the Ministry. The patrol dots were still at a safe distance, but moving steadily closer. "Here," Hermione called softly from the far end. "November 1981, Class S cases." The cabinet she'd found was sealed with additional enchantments, but Luna's unconventional approach worked again, allowing them access. Inside, folders were arranged chronologically, each bearing a case number and sealed with magical tape. Black, Sirius Orion, Sirius Red, his finger tracing the labels. Case 81 to 77,439. "Here." He pulled out a thick folder, its edges tinged with age. The seal across its front glowed faintly, indicating its classified status. "We need to copy it, not take it," Hermione reminded them. A missing file would be noticed immediately. Already on it, Sirius placed the folder on a nearby table and began a complex duplication charm, modified to bypass the anti-copying enchantments on classified documents. A second folder materialized beside the original, identical in every way except for the magical signature. "Patrol approaching," Harry warned, checking the map again. 2 minutes out. "Nearly done," Sirius assured him, carefully replacing the original folder in the cabinet. "Luna, can you reseal this exactly as it was?" Luna nodded, already working her unusual magic to restore the cabinet's protections. Hermione, meanwhile, had shrunk the duplicate folder to the size of a postage stamp and secured it in a hidden pocket of her robes. "Time to go," Harry urged as the patrol dots turned the corner into their corridor. They slipped out of the archive, Luna sealing the door behind them with the same strange incantation she'd used to open it. The patrol was visible now at the far end of the hallway, 2 security wizards making their routine rounds. "This way," Sirius directed, leading them toward a service stairwell he'd identified during their planning. "We can bypass the main atrium and exit through the Department of Magical Maintenance." They descended the stairs rapidly, Harry's invisibility cloak now covering Hermione and the vital documents while he, Luna, and Sirius relied on disillusionment charms. The maintenance level was quieter, populated mainly by house elves and the occasional blue-robed wizard tending to the ministry's complex magical infrastructure. Almost there, Sirius murmured as they approached a service exit. Once we're out, we head straight for the rendezvous point. No deviations, no matter what. The door ahead suddenly opened, and they froze as a squat figure in pink entered the corridor. Harry's blood ran cold as he recognized the toad-like face and sickly sweet smile. Dolores Umbridge. She wasn't alone. 2 Aurors flanked her, along with Percy Weasley, looking officious with a clipboard in hand. "The maintenance level is secure, Madam Umbridge," Percy was saying. "All staff have been verified as per your new protocols." "Excellent, Weasley," Umbridge simpered. "One cannot be too careful these days. Infiltration could occur anywhere, even in the most mundane departments." The group was heading directly toward them. There was nowhere to hide in the narrow corridor, and even with disillusionment, they might be detected at close range. "New plan," Sirius whispered, barely audible. "When I create a diversion, you 3 get out. Don't wait for me." "Sirius, no," Harry began, but it was too late. Sirius cancelled his disillusionment and stepped forward, keeping his head down as if he were a maintenance worker going about his business. He bumped directly into one of the Aurors, stammering apologies. "Watch where you're going," the Auror snapped. "Sorry, sir, so sorry," Sirius mumbled, deliberately dropping the papers he was carrying. As he bent to gather them, he sent a subtle signal to Harry, 3 fingers tapped against his leg. Harry understood immediately. On the count of 3, Sirius would create his diversion. He grabbed Luna's arm, ready to move. 1, 2, 3. Sirius straightened suddenly, flicking his wand toward the ceiling. The magical lights exploded in a cascade of sparks, plunging the corridor into near darkness. Simultaneously, a pipe burst overhead, spraying water everywhere. "Go!" Harry hissed, pulling Luna toward the exit as confused shouts erupted behind them. Hermione was already moving, invisible under the cloak but trackable by the slight ripple in the air where she passed. They burst through the service exit into a narrow alley behind the ministry building. Harry glanced back, hoping to see Sirius following, but the door remained empty save for the sounds of chaos inside. "We can't leave him," Harry said desperately. "We have to," Hermione's voice came from seemingly nowhere. "That was the agreement. If separated, continue to the rendezvous point. The documents are the priority." "Hermione's right," Luna said gently. "Sirius knew the risks. And he can handle himself better than most." Torn between loyalty and duty, Harry finally nodded. "Fine. But we're coming back for him if he doesn't make the rendezvous." They moved quickly through London's back streets, avoiding main thoroughfares where magical or muggle authorities might notice them. The rendezvous point was a small wizarding pub in Camden, chosen for its discreet back room and owner who had no love for the ministry. Ellis and Kira were waiting when they arrived, disguised as muggle tourists but instantly recognizable to Harry by their body language. "Where's Sirius?" Kira asked immediately. "Creating a diversion," Harry replied grimly. "Umbridge showed up at our exit point." Ellis swore under his breath. "How long ago?" 15 minutes, Hermione answered, removing the cloak. "His polyjuice should still be active for another hour." "Did you get the documents?" Kira asked. Hermione nodded, patting her pocket. "Everything we came for." "Then we wait," Ellis decided. 30 minutes. If he's not here by then, we implement emergency extraction. The next half hour was the longest of Harry's life. Every customer entering the pub made him tense, hoping to see Sirius's borrowed face. As the deadline approached, his anxiety mounted. 5 minutes, Ellis announced quietly. "We should have stayed," Harry muttered. "We could have helped." And likely been captured alongside him, Kira pointed out. Which helps no one. The pub door opened again, and a disheveled ministry worker stumbled in. Harry's heart leapt, but it wasn't Sirius. The build was wrong, the movement pattern unfamiliar. The man scanned the room, eyes landing on their table. He approached directly, and Harry tensed, hand moving to his wand. "Fire whiskey neat," the man said as he reached them. With a twist of Padfoot. The code phrase. Relief flooded through Harry as he realized Sirius had simply switched disguises. "What happened?" he demanded once they'd moved to the private back room. "Got cornered," Sirius explained, downing a glass of water. "The Aurors weren't fooled for long by the lights and water. Had to stun one of them to get away, then ducked into a storage closet until they passed. Found this poor bloke taking a nap in the break room, borrowed a few hairs." Was Umbridge suspicious? Hermione asked anxiously. "Hard to tell with that toad face," Sirius grimaced. "But she was definitely jumpy. Kept going on about security breaches and infiltration. Percy was practically taking dictation of her paranoia." "We should move quickly," Ellis advised. "Umbridge may accelerate her plans if she suspects Ministry security has been compromised." They left in staggered pairs, taking different routes back to the designated apparition point in a secluded corner of Regent's Park. From there, they could return directly to Black Lodge with their precious cargo. As they prepared to apparate, Harry couldn't shake a growing sense of foreboding. They had the documents, a crucial victory, but Umbridge's presence at the Ministry when she was supposed to be preparing for her Hogsmeade visit suggested changes to the timeline they'd been working with. The game was shifting, and Harry couldn't escape the feeling they were still one step behind. "The documents are genuine," Hermione confirmed, looking up from the kitchen table where she'd spent hours examining the Ministry files. "And they're exactly what we hoped for." The mood in Black Lodge brightened considerably at this news. The pack had gathered in the main room, eager to hear details of what they'd recovered. Initial witness statements from Muggles at the scene clearly describe a man matching Pettigrew's description, not Sirius, Hermione explained. And there are internal memos questioning why these statements were excluded from the official record. "Who authorized that exclusion?" Lupin asked. "Bartemius Crouch," Hermione replied grimly. "With a notation indicating expedited processing due to public safety concerns. They wanted a quick conviction to calm public fear," Sirius said bitterly. "Truth be damned. There's more," Hermione continued, flipping through the documents. "Records of magical signature analysis performed on the wand found at the scene. The results were inconclusive but showed spell residue inconsistent with a blasting curse of the magnitude that killed those Muggles." "Meaning someone tampered with the evidence," Ellis concluded. "Exactly," Hermione nodded. "And most damning of all, there's a suppressed report from an unspeakable who examined the crater. They concluded the explosion originated from below street level, not from where Sirius was standing." "This is enough," Harry said excitedly. "More than enough. With Pettigrew already in custody, these documents prove Sirius is innocent beyond any doubt. The question is how to use them effectively," Lupin cautioned. "Simply releasing them to the Prophet won't work, the Ministry controls the mainstream press too tightly." "The Quibbler," Luna suggested immediately. "Dad would publish the full documents, unedited." "With respect to your father, Luna," Kira said gently, "the Quibbler doesn't have the credibility we need for something this important." "Perhaps not alone," Hermione agreed thoughtfully. "But what if we didn't rely on just one outlet? What if we distributed copies to multiple sources simultaneously, the Quibbler, international publications like France's Le Sorcier Observateur, even Muggle newspapers? A coordinated information bomb," Ellis nodded approvingly. "The Ministry couldn't suppress it all. And we time it with a formal submission of the evidence to the Wisengamot," Sirius added, warming to the idea. "Force them to address it publicly while the press is already covering it." "We'll need a respected legal advocate," Hermione noted. "Someone the Wisengamot can't easily dismiss." "Andromeda," Sirius suggested immediately. My cousin. She was training as a magical barrister before she was disowned for marrying Ted. She still has connections in the legal community. The planning continued late into the evening, the strategy taking shape with each contribution. Harry marveled at how effectively the group worked together, werewolves and wizards combining their different perspectives and skills toward a common goal. This was what made the pack special, he realized. Not just shared adversity, but genuine complementary strengths. As the discussion wound down, Fenrir approached Harry, something unusual in his typically fierce expression, uncertainty. A word, the burly werewolf asked, gesturing toward the door. Curious, Harry followed him outside. The night was clear, stars scattered across the sky like diamond dust. Fenrir led him a short distance from the lodge before speaking. You've proven yourself, he said abruptly. When I first met you, I thought you were just a cub playing at being brave. I was wrong. Thanks. Harry replied, unsure where this was going. The thing is, Fenrir continued, staring up at the stars rather than at Harry, pack isn't just about fighting together. It's about trusting each other with the hard truths. And there's something you should know. Harry tensed. What is it? Greyback contacted me, Fenrir admitted. Through old pack channels. He's offering amnesty to any werewolf who joins him under the Dark Lord's banner. You're not considering it, Harry said flatly. Of course not, Fenrir growled, offended. But others might. Werewolves across Britain are scared, Potter. The Ministry's hunting them, society rejects them, and here comes Greyback promising protection and revenge. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand what we're really fighting, Fenrir said seriously. Not just Umbridge and her legislation, but despair. When people lose hope, they make desperate choices. Harry absorbed this, recognizing the truth in Fenrir's words. What does Greyback want in return for this amnesty? Loyalty to the Dark Lord. Information about Dumbledore's movements. And. Fenrir hesitated. And. Harry prompted. You, Fenrir said bluntly. Greyback specifically mentioned delivering Harry Potter as an act of good faith. Harry wasn't surprised. So I'm a bargaining chip. To some, Fenrir acknowledged. But not to us. Not to this pack. I know that, Harry assured him. But thanks for telling me. Fenrir nodded gruffly. Lupin's too protective sometimes. Thinks you need sheltering from ugly realities. But you've earned the right to know what's coming. As they walked back to the lodge, Harry considered this new information. Voldemort was making his move for the werewolf community, using their persecution as recruitment leverage. It added urgency to their already pressing mission. They needed to provide a viable alternative before desperation drove more werewolves to the dark side. Inside, the planning session had evolved into smaller working groups. Hermione and Lupin were drafting the legal submission for the Wizengamot, while Luna composed the Quibbler article with input from Kira. Sirius and Ellis huddled over international contacts who might help distribute the information. Harry joined Tomas, Gregory, and Darren, who were discussing security concerns. The Hogsmeade visit is definitely happening tomorrow, Tomas reported. My contact confirmed Umbridge will be conducting a personal inspection of the Shrieking Shack investigation. It's an opportunity, Gregory said cautiously. But also a risk. She won't be alone. How many in her security detail? Harry asked. 2 Aurors plus her administrative assistant, likely Percy Weasley based on previous patterns, Darren replied, his scarred throat making his voice raspy. We've been debating whether to proceed with the detainment plan, Gregory explained. With the ministry documents secured, is confronting Umbridge directly still necessary? Harry considered this carefully. The documents were crucial for clearing Sirius, but they didn't address the broader anti-werewolf campaign. For that, they needed information only Umbridge herself could provide. I think it is, he decided. The documents help Sirius, but the pack needs more. We need to know exactly what Umbridge is planning, what resources she's deployed against werewolves, and any vulnerabilities in her strategy. Lupin's concerned about the optics, Tomas noted. Werewolves capturing a ministry official would play directly into their propaganda. Then we don't use werewolves for the capture, Harry said simply. Luna, Hermione, and I can handle it. No connection to the pack unless absolutely necessary. The others exchanged looks. It could work, Gregory acknowledged. With proper planning. Let me talk to Lupin, Harry requested. If he approves, we can develop the specifics tonight. Convincing Lupin proved more challenging than expected. The professor was adamant that the risks outweighed the potential benefits. We're making progress with the legal approach, he argued. Why jeopardize that with a direct confrontation? Because the legal approach takes time, Harry countered. Time during which more werewolves are being rounded up, more lives destroyed. Umbridge is the architect of this persecution. She knows details that could help us counter it effectively. And if you're caught? Lupin demanded. What then? You're expelled at minimum, possibly imprisoned. How does that help anyone? We won't be caught, Harry insisted. We've planned carefully. In and out, 2 hours maximum. Lupin paced the small study they'd commandeered for this discussion. I don't like it, he said finally. But I recognize that stopping Umbridge is crucial for everyone's safety. He fixed Harry with a stern gaze. Strict conditions, no unnecessary risks, no harm to Umbridge regardless of provocation, and you abort immediately if anything feels wrong. Agreed, Harry promised, relieved to have gained Lupin's reluctant approval. The plan came together quickly after that. Harry, Luna, and Hermione would intercept Umbridge during her inspection of the Shrieking Shack. With most of the investigation team focused on the shack itself, they would create a diversion to separate Umbridge from her security detail, then use a port key to transport her to a secure location for questioning. 2 hours maximum, Harry reiterated as they reviewed the final details. We get what we need, then release her with a moderate memory charm, enough to blur specifics without creating suspicious gaps. We should use Veritaserum, Hermione suggested. 3 drops ensures complete honesty with no lasting effects. I've prepared a special blend, Luna added, producing a small vial from her pocket. It's enhanced with extract of Gertieroot, which prevents the subject from developing resistance. Harry wasn't entirely convinced about the Gertieroot, but Luna's potions had proven surprisingly effective in the past. Perfect. Everyone clear on their roles? Hermione and Luna nodded confidently. Then we should get some rest, Harry concluded. Tomorrow will be challenging. As he prepared for bed, Harry found Sirius waiting in the hallway outside his room. Heard about your Umbridge plan, his godfather said without preamble. Risky. Necessary, Harry countered. Sirius studied him thoughtfully. You know, you remind me more of your mother in these moments. Everyone usually says I'm like my dad. In looks and talent, sure, Sirius acknowledged. But this strategic thinking, this weighing of moral complexities, that's pure Lily. James was brilliant but impulsive. Lily always considered the broader implications. Harry absorbed this comparison, strangely touched. Is that good or bad? It's exactly what's needed now, Sirius said simply. I just want you to be careful tomorrow. Umbridge is dangerous, not in the obvious way like a Death Eater, but in the insidious way of a true believer who thinks their prejudice is righteousness. I know, Harry assured him. We'll be careful. Good, Sirius clasped his shoulder. Because I've just gotten used to having a godson. I'd prefer to keep him around. Planning on it, Harry grinned. Besides, someone has to keep you out of trouble. Cheeky, Sirius retorted with a flash of his old smile. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we change the game. Hogsmeade bustled with weekend activity, students mingling with locals and visitors in the crisp spring air. Harry, Hermione, and Luna blended in with other Hogwarts students, their true purpose concealed beneath ordinary school outings. Target approaching, Hermione murmured, pretending to examine candy in the Honeyduke's window. Pink ensemble at 2 o'clock. Harry casually glanced in the indicated direction. Umbridge was indeed approaching, flanked by 2 Aurors in standard-issue robes. Percy Weasley trailed behind her, clutching a clipboard and looking important. Right on schedule, Harry noted. They're heading for the shack now. The plan was simple in concept, complex in execution. Hermione would create a diversion at the edge of the village, drawing the Aurors away temporarily. Luna would intercept Percy with a fabricated message from another ministry official. Harry, under his invisibility cloak, would approach Umbridge directly and activate the port key, a seemingly innocuous quill he'd offer for her to document her observations. Commencing Phase 1, Hermione said, separating from them and circling around behind Scrivenshaft's quill shop. Moments later, a series of loud bangs erupted from the village boundary, followed by multicolored smoke plumes that formed the unmistakable shape of a dark mark, though this version was clearly a magical fake, lacking the menacing presence of the real thing. The reaction was immediate. Villagers panicked, students scattered, and most importantly, Umbridge's Auror escort immediately moved toward the disturbance, wands drawn. How dare they abandon their post? Umbridge screeched. Weasley, note their names for disciplinary action. Right away, Madam Umbridge, Percy replied, but Luna was already approaching, her dreamiest expression in place. Mr. Weasley. Urgent message from Undersecretary Fudge, she said, using the minister's nephew's title. He says it's regarding Protocol 17 and can't wait. Percy hesitated, torn between his duty to Umbridge and the prospect of direct communication with a higher authority. Madam Umbridge, if you'll excuse me for just a moment. Oh, fine, Umbridge snapped. But be quick about it. I won't delay my inspection because of Cornelius's nephew's poor timing. As Percy hurried off with Luna, Umbridge continued toward the Shrieking Shack alone, muttering under her breath about incompetent staff and proper procedures. Harry followed silently under the cloak, waiting for the perfect moment. It came as Umbridge reached the dilapidated fence surrounding the shack. Alone and fumbling with a small notebook, she was completely vulnerable. Harry approached carefully, removing the prepared quill from his pocket. He deliberately created a small sound, just enough to make Umbridge turn. Who's there? She demanded, squinting into the apparently empty air. Harry removed the cloak just enough to reveal his face. Hello, Professor. Umbridge's eyes widened in shock. Potter. What are you? You dropped your quill, he interrupted, extending the port key toward her. I believe you'll need it for your notes. Pure reflex made her reach for it. The moment her fingers touched the quill, Harry activated it with the trigger word, justice. The familiar hook behind the navel sensation gripped them both as the port key activated. The world spun in a blur of color and sound, then solidified into a small, windowless room Harry had never seen before, the secure location Ellis had arranged in a magically hidden section of an abandoned warehouse outside Hogsmeade. Umbridge staggered, disoriented by the unexpected transportation. Before she could recover, Harry disarmed her with a quick Expelliarmus. What is the meaning of this? She sputtered, her face flushing an ugly shade of puce. This is kidnapping. Assault on a ministry official. You'll be in Azkaban by nightfall, Potter. I don't think so, Harry replied calmly, keeping his wand trained on her. You see, we just want to talk. We. Umbridge's eyes darted around the room nervously. On cue, the door opened to admit Hermione and Luna, both slightly breathless from their rapid journey to the meeting point. Everything secure outside? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. The Aurors are thoroughly distracted. Percy's been sent on a wild goose chase to the 3 broomsticks. We have approximately 90 minutes before anyone realizes Umbridge is missing. You won't get away with this, Umbridge hissed, though her voice had lost some of its certainty. Whatever you're planning, "We're planning to ask you questions," Luna said pleasantly, producing the vial of Veritaserum. "And you're going to answer them honestly." "I will do no such thing." Umbridge drew herself up indignantly. "I am Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and Hogwarts High Inquisitor." "You have no authority, Silencio," Hermione cast casually, cutting off the tirade. "That's better. Now, this can be simple or complicated, Professor. 3 drops of Veritaserum, some straightforward questions, and you'll be back to your inspection within 2 hours, with only a slight memory modification. No one will know this happened. Or," Harry continued, "you can resist, and things become messier. Your choice." Umbridge glared at them with pure hatred, but fear had crept into her bulging eyes. After a moment of silent struggle, she nodded reluctantly. "Wise decision," Hermione said, lifting the silencing charm. "Luna, the Veritaserum, please." Luna administered the potion with surprising expertise, carefully measuring exactly 3 drops onto Umbridge's unwilling tongue. Within seconds, the toad-like woman's expression went slack, her eyes unfocused. "State your name and position," Hermione began, the standard verification question for truth serum. "Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic and Hogwarts High Inquisitor," came the flat, emotionless reply. "It's working," Hermione confirmed. "Harry." Harry stepped forward, focusing on the most critical information they needed. "What is the full extent of the Lycanthrope Control Initiative?" "A comprehensive program to identify, register, and contain all werewolves in Great Britain," Umbridge responded mechanically. "Phase 1 involves mandatory registration and tracking. Phase 2 establishes containment facilities for those deemed high risk. Phase 3 implements isolation of all lycanthropes in designated reservation areas." "Reservation areas?" Hermione repeated, horrified. "You mean internment camps? Secure communities where werewolves can live among their own kind without endangering proper wizards," Umbridge clarified, the prejudice evident even through the potion's influence. "When does Phase 3 begin?" Harry pressed. "After the June Wisengamot session. The proposal has already been drafted and circulated among key members for preliminary support." Luna had been taking detailed notes. "What opposition do you anticipate to Phase 3? "Minimal," Umbridge replied. "Dumbledore's flight has discredited his supporters. The remaining opposition lacks coherent leadership. Public opinion polls show 78% support for increased werewolf restrictions following recent propaganda efforts." "Propaganda you orchestrated," Harry noted grimly. "What about Sirius Black's case? Why the continued delay in addressing new evidence?" "The Black case represents a potential embarrassment to the Ministry," Umbridge stated. "The Minister has ordered indefinite postponement of any hearing. The wizard Peter Pettigrew is being held in a classified location, separate from standard Ministry detention facilities." "Where exactly?" Hermione asked sharply. "A secure facility beneath Umbridge Manor. My family estate has certain historical features useful for containing magical prisoners." Harry exchanged shocked glances with Hermione and Luna. This was far beyond what they'd expected to discover. "Are there other prisoners at this facility?" Luna inquired. 3 werewolves captured during initial enforcement operations. Subjects for experimental control methods." "Experimental how?" Harry demanded, a sick feeling growing in his stomach. "Silver nitrate injections to suppress transformation. Preliminary results show severe tissue damage but effective prevention of full werewolf manifestation." "You're torturing them," Hermione whispered, aghast. "Advancing medical science," Umbridge corrected tonelessly. "The subjects volunteered." "Under what circumstances?" Harry pressed. "In exchange for not executing their children for contamination risk." The questioning continued, each revelation more disturbing than the last. Umbridge detailed a systematic campaign of persecution far more extensive than they'd realized, not just restriction but eventual elimination of werewolves from wizarding society, either through containment or experimental cures that amounted to torture. Most shocking was her casual mention of using dementors to guard the planned reservations, with authorization for the kiss in cases of rebellion. By the time they'd exhausted their questions, Harry felt physically ill. Beside him, Hermione was pale with anger, while Luna's typically dreamy expression had hardened into something cold and focused. "We need to get this information to the pack immediately," Harry said quietly. "This goes beyond discrimination, it's genocide." "What about her?" Hermione gestured to Umbridge, still sitting docile under the potion's influence. "Memory modification as planned," Harry decided. "But we keep her a bit longer than intended. I want the pack leaders to hear some of this directly." "The portkey to Black Lodge is ready," Luna confirmed, producing a simple bracelet. "It will transport all 4 of us." "Wait," Hermione said suddenly. "We should get the location of her estate. If Pettigrew is being held there illegally, we might need to take more direct action." Luna nodded, quickly extracting the precise location and security details of Umbridge Manor before Harry activated the portkey. The world spun again, and they materialized in Black Lodge's designated arrival room, a small chamber warded specifically for portkey travel to prevent unexpected visitors from accessing the main house directly. "What is this place?" Umbridge asked, the Veritaserum still controlling her responses. "It feels like old magic. Family wards." "Never mind that," Harry said sharply. "Hermione, find Lupin and Sirius. Luna, secure the room. I'll watch our guest." Within minutes, the pack leadership had assembled: Lupin, Sirius, Ellis, Kira, and Fenrir. Their expressions darkened as Harry summarized what they'd learned. "Merlin's beard," Sirius whispered when Harry described Pettigrew's secret imprisonment. "They've completely abandoned any pretense of legal process." "The reservation plan is worse," Lupin said grimly. "It's exactly what Greyback has been warning would happen, giving his recruitment propaganda credibility." "We need her to repeat the key points," Harry suggested, gesturing to Umbridge. "So you can hear it directly." The questioning resumed, with the pack leaders asking targeted follow-ups about implementation timelines, ministry resources committed to the initiative, and potential weaknesses in their strategy. Umbridge answered everything with the same flat honesty, seemingly unaware of the horrified reactions her words provoked. "Enough," Lupin said finally. "I've heard more than sufficient to understand the threat we're facing. What do we do with her now?" Fenrir demanded, glaring at Umbridge with undisguised hatred. "She's admitted to torturing our kind, planning our imprisonment." "She deserves justice," Lupin interrupted firmly. "Not vengeance. We return her as planned, with modified memories." "That's insane." Fenrir exploded. "She'll continue her campaign. We have her now, we should, what?" Lupin challenged. "Kill her. Become exactly the monsters she claims we are." "Not kill," Fenrir growled. "But hold her. Use her as leverage. Force the ministry to negotiate." "Kidnapping a ministry official would turn every Auror in Britain against us," Ellis pointed out. "We'd lose any public sympathy, any hope of legal remedy." The debate intensified, emotions running high as they confronted the impossible choice before them. Harry watched silently, understanding both perspectives. The revelation of Umbridge's true plans had shifted the stakes dramatically, making their original strategy seem inadequate to the threat they faced. "There's another option," Luna said suddenly, her voice cutting through the argument. "We let her go, but not unchanged." All eyes turned to her. "Explain," Lupin requested. "We modify her memory as planned," Luna elaborated, "but add something. A compulsion, subtle but effective. Every time she contemplates escalating anti-werewolf measures, she experiences doubt. Uncertainty. Not enough to make her abandon her campaign entirely, that would be suspicious, but enough to slow her down, make her more cautious." "Is that even possible?" Kira asked, intrigued. With the right charm work, yes, Luna confirmed. My mother specialized in memory-emotion connections. I know the technique. It's still mind manipulation, Lupin said hesitantly. Ethically questionable. Less questionable than her experimental treatments, Sirius pointed out. Or her plan to subject an entire population to dementors. And we need time, Harry added. Time to implement our legal strategy with the documents, time to locate and free Pettigrew, time to warn vulnerable werewolves about the reservation plan. The room fell silent as they considered Luna's proposal. It was Kira who finally broke the impasse. I think we should vote, she suggested. As a pack. This decision affects all of us. Lupin nodded slowly. Fair enough. Those in favor of Luna's memory modification approach? One by one, hands raised, Ellis, Kira, Sirius, Harry, Hermione, Luna herself. After a moment's hesitation, Fenrir grudgingly added his. It seems we have consensus, Lupin acknowledged. Luna, how long will this take? 20 minutes to prepare, perhaps another 10 to implement, she estimated. It's delicate work. Then we'd better get started, Lupin decided. Her absence will be noticed soon. As Luna began preparing for the complex charm, Harry pulled Sirius and Lupin aside. There's something else we need to discuss, he said urgently. Pettigrew at Umbridge Manor. If we could free him, get him to the Wisengamot directly. It would force immediate action on my case, Sirius finished. But raiding a ministry official's private estate? That's a significant escalation. We need to consider it, Harry insisted. Especially if our document strategy meets resistance. One crisis at a time, Lupin counseled. Let's handle Umbridge first, then evaluate our next steps. Harry nodded reluctantly, recognizing the wisdom in Lupin's approach. But as he rejoined the others watching Luna work her subtle magic on the still docile Umbridge, he couldn't shake the feeling that they had crossed a threshold. The lines between resistance and rebellion, between defense and offense, were blurring. The pack was no longer simply hiding from persecution, they were actively fighting back. And Harry, standing at the center of it all, knew their path would only grow more challenging from here. The return of Umbridge to Hogsmeade went as smoothly as her capture. Luna's memory modifications took hold perfectly, leaving the High Inquisitor with the impression she had completed her inspection of the Shrieking Shack and found nothing of consequence. The subtle emotional compulsion was buried deep, undetectable except through its gradual influence on her decision-making. The trio returned to Hogwarts separately, maintaining their cover as ordinary students enjoying a Hogsmeade weekend. By dinner time, no one at the castle suspected anything unusual had occurred, though rumors circulated about the fake Dark Mark incident, generally attributed to a prank gone wrong. That evening, as Harry prepared to return to Black Lodge for an emergency strategy session, Ron intercepted him in the common room. All right, enough's enough, the redhead declared, blocking Harry's path to the portrait hole. I've been covering for you for weeks. Time to tell me what's really going on. Harry hesitated. He'd kept Ron at arm's length since the Pettigrew revelation, partly to protect him from the increasingly dangerous activities surrounding the pack, partly because Ron was still processing the trauma of discovering his pet rat was actually a murderous wizard. It's complicated, Harry began. Isn't it always? Ron retorted. Look, I know about Sirius being innocent. I know about the werewolves, Hermione told me that much. What I don't know is why my best mate doesn't trust me anymore. The hurt in Ron's voice struck Harry deeply. It's not about trust, he insisted. It's about keeping you safe. Safe? Ron snorted. While you, Hermione, and Luna run around doing Merlin knows what. That's hippogriff dung, Harry, and you know it. Harry recognized the stubborn set of Ron's jaw, he wasn't backing down this time. And truthfully, Harry missed his friend's presence in their increasingly dangerous adventures. Okay, he conceded. You're right. But this isn't a conversation for the common room. Come with me to the room of requirement, and I'll tell you everything. An hour later, Ron sat in stunned silence as Harry concluded his explanation of recent events, including the capture and questioning of Umbridge. Bloody hell, he finally breathed. You kidnapped Umbridge? Actually kidnapped her? Temporarily detained, Harry corrected with a slight smile. But yeah, basically. And there's a whole pack of werewolves living in Sirius's family lodge, plotting against the Ministry. Not against the Ministry itself, Harry clarified. Just against the persecution of innocent people. And yes, they're at Black Lodge. Ron shook his head in amazement. And I thought Fred and George were the troublemakers in school. Are you angry I didn't tell you sooner? Harry asked cautiously. A bit, Ron admitted. But I get it. After the whole Scabbers thing. He trailed off, still uncomfortable discussing Pettigrew. Anyway, I'm in now. Whatever you need. We could use you, Harry said honestly. Especially with what's coming next. Which is a two-pronged approach. First, the legal strategy, publishing the Ministry documents clearing Sirius, submitting formal evidence to the Wizengamot. Second. Harry hesitated. A potential raid on Umbridge Manor to free Pettigrew and the werewolves being experimented on there. Ron's eyes widened. Blimey. When did you start planning actual raids? When we learned they're torturing people and planning concentration camps, Harry said grimly. Right, Ron nodded, his expression hardening. Count me in. What's the next step? Strategy meeting at Black Lodge tonight, Harry explained. I was heading there when you stopped me. Let's go, then, Ron said, standing decisively. No point wasting time. Harry grinned, feeling a familiar warmth at having Ron back by his side. There's just one thing, we need to formally introduce you to the pack. Some of them are cautious around new people. You mean they might not trust a Weasley after Percy's been Umbridge's lapdog? Ron guessed shrewdly. Something like that, Harry acknowledged. But they'll come around once they know you. They made their way to the room of requirement, where Harry had established a secure flow connection to Black Lodge, another of Luna's unconventional magical innovations that somehow bypassed Hogwarts' normal restrictions. Ready? Harry asked as the green flames flickered invitingly. As I'll ever be, Ron replied with characteristic Gryffindor courage. Lead the way. They stepped into the fire together, emerging moments later in Black Lodge's main fireplace. The great room was bustling with activity, maps spread across tables, pack members engaged in intense discussions, a board covered with newspaper clippings and timeline notations. Lupin spotted them first, his eyebrows rising at the sight of Ron. Mr. Weasley. This is unexpected. Ron's joining us, Harry said firmly. He deserves to be involved. Sirius approached, studying Ron with curious interest. Another player in our little rebellion? Welcome aboard, though I imagine you have questions. Fewer than you'd think, Ron replied. Harry's filled me in. Sounds like you could use another wand. Indeed we could, Lupin acknowledged. Particularly one not already known to be associated with our cause. The rest of the pack regarded Ron with varying degrees of suspicion and interest. Fenrir, predictably, was the most vocal in his concerns. Another student, he growled. What's next, Potter? Bringing the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team? Ron's different, Harry insisted. He was there when we caught Pettigrew. He's already involved, whether he's here or not. And I can help with the Umbridge Manor situation, Ron added unexpectedly. Percy's been there multiple times for ministry functions. He told us about the layout, the grounds, even complained about the outdated security measures. This captured everyone's attention. Ellis stepped forward eagerly. What specifically do you know about the manor's defenses? Old-fashioned stuff, according to Percy, Ron explained. Family wards from the 1800s, recognition charms tied to bloodline. Nothing like the modern ministry systems. Percy thought it was embarrassing for someone so obsessed with security to have such outdated protections at home. That could be extremely valuable information, Kira noted, looking at Ron with new respect. If the wards are truly antiquated, they might be vulnerable to specific countermeasures. The conversation shifted to technical discussions of ward breaking and security bypasses. Harry watched with satisfaction as Ron integrated himself into the group, his strategic mind and practical knowledge earning respect even from the initially skeptical werewolves. The meeting progressed to broader planning, with Hermione and Luna joining via Flush shortly after. The document release was scheduled for the following morning, simultaneous publication in the Quibbler, 2 international wizarding papers, and strategic leaks to sympathetic ministry employees who could ensure the evidence reached appropriate Wisengamot members. Andromeda has agreed to represent Sirius formally, Lupin announced. She'll submit the petition for immediate hearing as soon as the documents become public. And the Umbridge Manor operation? Harry asked. That requires more planning, Ellis cautioned. We need reconnaissance, a detailed entry strategy, and crucially, a secure extraction plan for the prisoners. They may be in no condition to travel conventionally if they've been subjected to these experiments. We have 3 days before the full public release of the documents, Sirius noted. That's our window to attempt the extraction. Once the legal challenge is officially filed, security around Pettigrew will likely increase. I volunteer for the reconnaissance, Harry said immediately. As do I, Ron added. Between Harry's cloak and my knowledge of the property, we're the logical choice. It's too dangerous, Lupin objected. If you're caught, we won't be, Harry interrupted confidently. And we need this information. Without Pettigrew, the documents alone might not be enough to force action. The debate continued, but eventually practicality won out. Harry and Ron would conduct initial reconnaissance of Umbridge Manor the following evening, while the pack prepared for potential extraction operations based on their findings. As the meeting concluded, Harry found himself surrounded by his closest friends, Ron, Hermione, and Luna, all now fully committed to the pack's cause. It was a strange feeling, this merging of his worlds, but a good one. For perhaps the first time in his life, Harry didn't feel torn between competing loyalties or identities. Everything and everyone he cared about was aligned in a single purpose. Just like old times, Ron commented as they prepared to return to Hogwarts. Except with more werewolves. Harry laughed. Nothing's ever quite like old times with us, is it? Would you want it to be? Hermione asked with a knowing smile. Not for a second, Harry admitted. This, all of it, feels right. As they stepped back through the flue to Hogwarts, Harry carried that certainty with him. Whatever dangers lay ahead, Umbridge Manor, the Ministry's reaction to the documents, Greyback's lurking threat, they would face them together. Not just as friends, but as pack. Umbridge Manor loomed against the darkening sky, its Victorian architecture rendered sinister by ornate gargoyles and spiked iron fencing. Harry and Ron crouched beneath the invisibility cloak at the property's edge, observing the comings and goings of house elves and the occasional security patrol. Cheery place, Ron muttered. Matches her personality. Focus, Harry reminded him. We need to identify the entrance to the underground facility. They had been watching for nearly 2 hours, mapping guard rotations and testing the perimeter wards from a safe distance. As Umbridge herself was still at Hogwarts, the manor's security was relatively relaxed, a factor they were counting on for this reconnaissance mission. There, Ron whispered suddenly, pointing to a small outbuilding near the rear gardens. See how that guard keeps checking it. Nothing visible worth guarding, but he's made 4 passes in the last hour. Harry studied the structure, a stone garden shed that appeared unremarkable except for its heavy door. Good eye. Let's get closer. They moved carefully around the property's edge, avoiding the areas where Ron's prior testing had revealed active wards. The shed was approximately 50 yards from their position, with open lawn between, a risky crossing, even under the cloak. Wait for the next patrol to pass, Harry decided. Then we move quickly. 5 minutes later, the guard completed another circuit and disappeared around the main house. Harry and Ron darted across the lawn, moving as one beneath the cloak, a skill honed through years of joint adventures. They reached the shed without incident, pressing close to its weathered stone wall. Up close, the door was even more suspicious, heavy oak reinforced with iron, bearing rune engravings along its frame. Definitely magical, Ron whispered. Those are containment runes, similar to what Bill described from the high-security vaults at Gringotts. Harry pulled out a special device Ellis had provided, a small silver instrument that detected magical signatures. He passed it carefully over the door, watching as its needle fluctuated. Standard locking charms, blood ward keyed to Umbridge family, and... He frowned as the needle spiked sharply. Something else. Strong magic, but not standard protection. Probably the entrance mechanism, Ron guessed. Percy mentioned Umbridge bragging about her family's cleverly concealed spaces. Classic pureblood paranoia, secret rooms, hidden passages, all that rubbish. Harry nodded, making mental notes of everything they observed. The detection device had a secondary function, recording the magical signatures for later analysis by Kira, whose specialty was ward breaking. Anything else we need? Ron asked, eyes constantly scanning for returning guards. The patrol schedule and a sense of the overall security, Harry replied. Let's circle the main house once more, then head back. They completed their circuit methodically, identifying surprisingly few protective measures beyond the basic family wards. Either Umbridge was overconfident, or the truly dangerous security was concentrated around the underground facility itself. I think we have what we need, Harry decided finally. Kira can analyze the signatures, and Ellis can develop our approach based on the guard patterns. As they prepared to depart, a sudden commotion from the main house caught their attention. The front doors burst open, light spilling across the manicured lawn as a group of people emerged, ministry officials, based on their robes, surrounding a familiar squat figure. Umbridge, Harry hissed. She's supposed to be at Hogwarts. Something's happened, Ron whispered. Look how they're moving, urgent, not planned. They watched as Umbridge barked orders, sending staff scurrying in different directions. Even from a distance, her agitation was evident in her jerky movements and the way she repeatedly smoothed her pink cardigan, a nervous habit Harry had observed during their interview. We need to get closer, he decided. Hear what's going on. Too risky, Ron cautioned. If they're on high alert, this could affect everything, Harry insisted. If something's changed, we need to know. Reluctantly, Ron nodded. They edged closer to the house, keeping to the shadows of ornamental shrubs. As they neared, Umbridge's shrill voice became audible. Immediately. The documents cannot be allowed to circulate. Weasley, contact the Prophet, instruct them to disregard any communications regarding the Black case. Matthews, secure the prisoner for immediate transfer to secondary containment. Secondary containment, a ministry official queried. Madam, the offshore facility isn't prepared, I don't care. Umbridge snapped. The primary concern is removing Pettigrew from this location before anyone acts on that leaked information. The minister is already managing the international publications, but we must assume our security is compromised. Harry and Ron exchanged alarmed glances. Their document release had been detected early, someone in their distribution chain must have alerted the ministry. Now Pettigrew was about to be moved beyond their reach. We need to abort, Ron whispered urgently. Get back to Black Lodge, warn them, no time, Harry cut him off, mind racing. If we leave now, Pettigrew will be gone before we can mount an extraction. This might be our only chance. Harry, we're not equipped for a rescue. We're just here for reconnaissance. Plans change, Harry said grimly. You go back, tell them what's happening. I'll stay, try to delay the transfer somehow. Absolutely not, Ron said firmly. We stick together. That's pack rule 1, isn't it? Despite the tense situation, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for Ron's unwavering loyalty. All right. Together. But we need to move fast. Any ideas? Ron studied the chaotic scene before them, his strategic mind working overtime. They'll have to bring Pettigrew up through that shed. If we can create a diversion at the critical moment. I've got just the thing, Harry grinned, reaching into his pocket for the last of Fred and George's experimental fireworks, items he'd taken to carrying as emergency distractions. They quickly developed a hasty plan. Ron would position himself near the shed with Harry's cloak, ready to intercept Pettigrew during transfer. Harry would create the diversion from the opposite side of the property, drawing security away at the crucial moment. If anything goes wrong, we abort immediately, Harry emphasized. No heroics. Said the pot to the kettle, Ron retorted, but nodded his agreement. Be careful. You too. See you back at the rendezvous point. They separated, Ron taking the invisibility cloak while Harry disillusioned himself, not as effective, but sufficient for his purpose. He circled to the far side of the property, watching as ministry officials and manor staff continued their frantic preparations. Timing would be everything. Harry positioned himself behind a decorative fountain, waiting for signs that Pettigrew was being moved. It came sooner than expected, a small procession of officials heading purposefully toward the garden shed, led by the guard they'd observed earlier. Harry counted to 30, giving them time to begin the extraction process, then activated the firework. It shot high into the air before exploding in a spectacular display, not just light and noise, but a fully formed illusion of masked figures operating onto the grounds. The reaction was immediate and gratifying. Shouts of alarm erupted, security personnel racing toward the disturbance with wands drawn. Even Umbridge herself waddled in that direction, screeching orders about securing the perimeter and repelling intruders. From his position, Harry couldn't see the shed or Ron. All he could do was maintain the illusion by strategically triggering the secondary components of the firework, creating the impression of multiple attackers. The chaos lasted perhaps 5 minutes before the more experienced security staff began to realize they were chasing magical constructs rather than actual intruders. As they regrouped, Harry slipped away toward the predetermined rendezvous point, a dense copse of trees beyond the property's boundary wards. He reached it breathing hard, anxiety mounting as he waited for Ron. Had the diversion worked? Had Ron managed to intercept Pettigrew? Or had something gone catastrophically wrong? Long minutes passed with no sign of his friend. Harry was about to risk returning to search when movement at the edge of the trees caught his attention. 2 figures materialized from the darkness, Ron, supporting a shambling, rat-like man who could only be Peter Pettigrew. Got him, Ron gasped as they reached Harry. Stunned the guard, grabbed him during the confusion. But they'll notice soon, we need to move. Pettigrew looked terrible, thin to the point of emaciation, his skin waxy and eyes unfocused. Whatever containment had involved, it clearly hadn't included proper care. Portkey, Harry decided, pulling out their emergency extraction device, a simple copper coin Lupin had enchanted. Black Lodge, now. The 3 of them touched the coin simultaneously as Harry activated it with the passphrase, Sanctuary. The familiar hook-behind navel sensation yanked them away just as shouts erupted from the direction of Umbridge Manor. They had Pettigrew, but they'd also announced their involvement in no uncertain terms. The game had changed again, and this time, there was no turning back. You did what? Lupin's voice wasn't quite a shout, but it carried the force of one. His normally calm demeanor had given way to a mix of shock, fear, and anger as Harry and Ron explained their impromptu rescue operation. We had no choice, Harry insisted. They were moving him offshore. It was now or never. You were supposed to conduct reconnaissance only, Sirius reminded them, though his expression showed conflicted emotions, concern for their safety warring with obvious satisfaction at seeing Pettigrew captured. The plan changed when circumstances changed, Ron said stubbornly. Isn't that what you taught us about field operations, Ellis? The dark-skinned werewolf nodded reluctantly. Adaptation is essential. Though I'd have preferred they consult us before such a dramatic shift in objectives. There wasn't time, Harry emphasized. Literally minutes between us overhearing their plans and them moving Pettigrew. We acted on instinct. Well, your instincts have certainly accelerated our timeline, Lupin sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. The Ministry will know immediately who was responsible. Umbridge will connect this to her missing time yesterday. We've lost our element of surprise. But gained a key asset, Kira pointed out, gesturing to where Pettigrew lay unconscious on a conjured cot, secured with magic-suppressing restraints. With him in our custody, testifying under Veritaserum, Sirius's case becomes irrefutable. Assuming we can get him before the Wizengamot, Ellis cautioned. Which just became significantly more difficult. The debate might have continued, but Luna interrupted with her typical directness. What about the others? The werewolves being experimented on. A heavy silence fell. In the chaos of Pettigrew's extraction, the imprisoned werewolves had been temporarily forgotten. We couldn't reach them, Ron admitted, shame evident in his voice. The diversion only gave us a small window. Pettigrew was being moved through the upper level, but the facility itself is deeper underground. We'd have needed a full team, more time. We'll go back for them, Harry promised fiercely. As soon as possible. It won't be that simple now, Fenrir growled. Umbridge will move them too, increase security. They might already be gone. The grim reality settled over the group. They had secured Pettigrew, a critical victory for Sirius, but potentially at the cost of those imprisoned werewolves. We need to focus on what we can control, Hermione said pragmatically, breaking the tense silence. We have Pettigrew. We have the documents. We need to leverage both immediately, before the Ministry can further suppress information. Agreed, Lupin nodded. Andromeda is standing by to file the formal petition with the Wizengamot. With Pettigrew physically present, they cannot ignore the evidence. But how do we get him there? Ellis asked. The Ministry will be on high alert after tonight's events. We don't go to them, Sirius said suddenly, a gleam of inspiration in his eye. We make them come to us. A public venue, witnesses, press. Somewhere they can't simply disappear us all. The 3 broomsticks, Luna suggested immediately. Tomorrow is the special Saturday edition of the Wizengamot public hearing. Several members take testimony in Hogsmeade for citizens who can't travel to London. How do you know that? Ron asked, impressed. Dad covers it sometimes for the Quibbler, Luna explained. It's usually mundane matters, property disputes, minor licensing issues. But the format allows for emergency petitions. It's perfect, Hermione agreed excitedly. We present Pettigrew and the documents simultaneously, with witnesses present. They'll have to acknowledge the evidence. And I'll be there too, Sirius declared. Time to stop hiding. Sirius, that's incredibly risky, Lupin cautioned. Until your name is officially cleared, no more shadows, Remus, Sirius interrupted firmly. If I want the wizarding world to see werewolves as people worthy of respect and fair treatment, I need to stand in the light myself. The planning accelerated from there, details falling into place as the group leveraged their various skills and connections. Andromeda would prepare the legal documentation. Luna's father would ensure press coverage beyond just the Quibbler. Hermione and Ron would coordinate with sympathetic students to create a public presence that would make any Ministry attempt at suppression more difficult. As the session concluded and people dispersed to their various tasks, Harry found himself alone with Pettigrew's unconscious form. He studied the man who had betrayed his parents, feeling a complex mix of hatred, disgust, and something unexpected, pity. Pettigrew looked pathetic, diminished by his choices and subsequent imprisonment. Doesn't seem worth it, does he? Harry turned to find Sirius watching from the doorway, his expression somber. All those lives destroyed, Harry said quietly. My parents. Your freedom. For what? Fear, Sirius replied simply. Fear is a powerful motivator, Harry. It makes people do terrible things, betray their deepest values. Is that why you're so committed to helping the werewolves? Harry asked. Because you understand fear after Azkaban? Sirius considered this, leaning against the doorframe. Partly. Azkaban taught me what it means to be treated as less than human, to have your basic dignity stripped away. But it's more than that. He paused, seeming to search for the right words. When your parents died and I was imprisoned, I lost everything that defined me, friend, godfather, free man. The pack has helped me rediscover purpose beyond revenge. They've done the same for me, Harry admitted. Given me somewhere I belong because of who I am, not what I am. Sirius smiled sadly. James would understand completely. Your father always did have a talent for creating family wherever he went. Tomorrow changes everything, Harry said, changing the subject. One way or another. Indeed it does, Sirius agreed. Which is why you should get some rest. Tomorrow will demand our best from all of us. Harry nodded, casting one final glance at Pettigrew before following his godfather from the room. Tomorrow would indeed change everything, but as he'd learned repeatedly over recent months, change wasn't something to fear. It was opportunity, possibility, the chance to create something better from the ruins of the old. As he prepared for sleep, Harry couldn't know that an entirely different threat was gathering strength just miles away, one that would test the pack's newfound unity in ways none of them had anticipated. The three broomsticks had never been so crowded. Word had spread through Hogsmeade and beyond about a special announcement regarding Sirius Black's case, drawing curious onlookers, reporters, and ministry officials. The small delegation of Wizengamot members who normally handled routine matters looked distinctly uncomfortable as the pub filled beyond capacity. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had arrived early, securing strategic positions near the small raised platform where petitioners presented their cases. Luna was with her father, both wearing press credentials and carrying cameras and notepads. Throughout the room, Harry spotted other allies, Hogwarts students, shopkeepers sympathetic to their cause, even Professor McGonagall standing discreetly near the back. Any sign of trouble? Harry muttered to Ron, who had a clearer view of the entrance. Ministry security at the door, Ron reported quietly. For Aurors I don't recognize. No Umbridge yet. She'll come, Hermione predicted grimly. Once she realizes what's happening. The Wizengamot representatives called the session to order, beginning with routine matters while shooting nervous glances at the unusually large crowd. Harry checked his watch. Sirius, Lupin, and Andromeda would arrive in exactly 7 minutes with Pettigrew, making their entrance at the most dramatic moment. 5 minutes passed. 6. Harry's tension mounted with each passing second. Then the pub door flew open, but it wasn't Sirius who entered. Instead, a tall, lean figure strode in, flanked by what could only be described as a pack, half a dozen rough-looking men and women with a predatory grace that marked them as werewolves. Fenrir Greyback had arrived. But not their Fenrir, this was the original, the notorious werewolf who had bitten Lupin as a child. His scarred face twisted in a cruel smile as he surveyed the suddenly silent room. Well, well, he growled, his voice carrying easily in the hush. Quite the gathering. I heard there might be interesting developments today. Harry exchanged alarmed glances with Ron and Hermione. Greyback's presence changed everything. Had he somehow learned of their plans? Was this a coincidence, or something more sinister? Before they could react, the door opened again. This time it was Andromeda Black Tonks who entered, her aristocratic features reminiscent of her cousin Sirius despite her disownment from the Black family. She assessed the situation instantly, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Greyback, but proceeded with dignified purpose toward the Wizengamot representatives. Esteemed members, she announced formally, I come before you with an emergency petition regarding the case of Sirius Black, along with new evidence that conclusively proves his innocence. Murmurs swept the room. The Wisengamot members looked distinctly uncomfortable, especially as they noted Greyback's continued presence. "This is highly irregular, Madame Tonks," the senior representative began. Proper procedure was abandoned 12 years ago when my client was imprisoned without trial," Andromeda interrupted smoothly. "I believe you'll find the emergency provisions of Wisengamot Code Section 13 apply when miscarriage of justice can be demonstrated." As she spoke, Lupin entered quietly from a side door, his calm demeanor belying the tension Harry could read in his posture. Their eyes met briefly across the room, a silent confirmation that things were proceeding despite Greyback's unexpected appearance. "Very well," the Wisengamot representative conceded reluctantly. "Present your evidence." Andromeda produced the copied ministry documents with a flourish. These sealed records, obtained from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement archives, contain witness statements and magical analysis reports deliberately suppressed during the initial investigation. She handed copies to each Wisengamot member, additional sets to the press representatives, and levitated enlarged versions to display for the crowd. Gasps and exclamations followed as people began reading the damning evidence. "These documents, while compelling, are merely the beginning," Andromeda continued. "The most crucial evidence is the testimony of the man widely believed to be deceased, the true perpetrator of the crimes attributed to Sirius Black." She gestured toward the side door, which opened again to reveal Sirius himself, levitating the bound form of Peter Pettigrew. A collective gasp swept the room, followed by shouts of alarm and confusion. "Sirius Black! It's Pettigrew! He's supposed to be dead!" The Wisengamot members half rose from their seats, while the aurors at the entrance moved forward with wands drawn. Sirius, however, calmly placed Pettigrew on the floor before the platform and stepped back, hands raised to show he was unarmed. "Members of the Wisengamot," he said, his voice steady despite years of disuse in public speaking. "I present Peter Pettigrew, very much alive, and prepared to testify under veritaserum to his crimes, the betrayal of James and Lily Potter to Voldemort, the murder of 12 Muggles, and the framing of an innocent man." The chaos that followed was predictable. The aurors attempted to arrest Sirius, only to be blocked by Andromeda's quick legal maneuvering and the crowd's unexpected support. The Wisengamot members argued among themselves about proper procedure. Reporters scribbled frantically, cameras flashed, and ordinary citizens began demanding answers. Through it all, Greyback watched with calculating eyes, making no move to interfere but clearly assessing every development with keen interest. Eventually, order was partially restored. The senior Wisengamot representative, recognizing the impossibility of suppressing such a public revelation, agreed to administer veritaserum to Pettigrew immediately. The rat-like man, revived from his stunned state, squirmed and pleaded pathetically as the truth serum was administered. What followed was a confession so complete and devastating that even those who had come skeptical found themselves convinced. Pettigrew admitted everything: his role as secret keeper, his betrayal of the Potters, his framing of Sirius, his years hiding as a rat, his return to Voldemort's service. As the testimony concluded, the Wisengamot members conferred briefly before the senior representative stood. "In light of this extraordinary evidence, I hereby issue a preliminary finding of wrongful conviction in the case of Sirius Black. Full exoneration proceedings will commence immediately, but as of this moment, Mr. Black is no longer subject to arrest or pursuit by law enforcement." A cheer erupted from many in the crowd. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders, the first major victory in their multi-front battle. Sirius was free, or would be officially very soon. One crucial objective achieved. But the celebration was premature. The pub door slammed open once more, and Dolores Umbridge waddled in, flanked by a dozen ministry security personnel. "What is the meaning of this unauthorized gathering?" she demanded shrilly. "This man," she pointed a stubby finger at Sirius, "is a dangerous fugitive. Aurors, arrest him at once." "I'm afraid that's no longer possible, Madame Umbridge," the Wisengamot representative replied with evident satisfaction. Harry suspected the man had no love for Umbridge's heavy-handed methods. Mr. Black has been granted preliminary exoneration pending formal proceedings. Your authority does not supersede the Wisengamots in this matter. Umbridge's face contorted with fury. This is outrageous. Clearly, this entire proceeding has been manipulated by dangerous elements. These documents are forgeries, this man an impostor. The documents came from your own ministry archives, Dolores. Andromeda interrupted smoothly. As for Mr. Pettigrew, Veritaserum does not lie, as I'm sure you're well aware given your recent experiences with the potion. Umbridge froze, her bulging eyes widening further as she stared at Andromeda. What did you say? She whispered. Nothing of consequence, Andromeda replied with a thin smile. Merely an observation about truth serum's reliability. The subtle reference to her interrogation clearly rattled Umbridge, though no one else in the room would understand its significance. She drew herself up, searching for a way to reassert control. This changes nothing regarding the werewolf threat, she declared loudly. In fact, the presence of known werewolf Remus Lupin alongside Black only confirms the dangerous alliance forming against decent wizarding society. Is that why you're experimenting on imprisoned werewolves at your family estate, Madam Umbridge? Luna's dreamy voice carried clearly through the now silent pub. Is that part of protecting decent wizarding society? All eyes turned to Luna, who stood calmly beside her father, press credentials displayed prominently. How dare you? Umbridge sputtered. That's classified ministry business. Security measures for public protection. Torturing prisoners is security measures now. Harry couldn't stop himself from calling out. Injecting them with silver nitrate to see how much pain they can endure before transformation fails. Horrified murmurs spread through the crowd. Even some of Umbridge's security detail looked disturbed by these accusations. Lies. Umbridge shrieked. Vicious lies spread by those who would undermine ministry authority. These creatures are dangerous. They require containment. Control. Like the concentration camps you're planning. Hermione challenged, rising to her feet. The reservation areas where all werewolves would be forcibly relocated. The room erupted again, but a new voice cut through the chaos, deep, guttural, and filled with cold fury. So it's true, Greyback growled, stepping forward. The ministry plans our extermination. Just as we warned. He turned to address the room at large, but his words seemed directed particularly at the other werewolves present, both his own pack and Lupin. You see now what the ministry intends for our kind. Experimentation. Imprisonment. Eventual elimination. The Dark Lord offers protection, respect, a place in the new order. The choice should be clear to any werewolf with the will to survive. The choice between one master and another is no choice at all, Lupin replied evenly, speaking for the first time. Voldemort offers werewolves nothing but servitude in exchange for violence. Better than extinction, Greyback snarled. This woman, he jabbed a clawed finger toward Umbridge, speaks for the ministry. Her plans are their plans. And they end with our destruction. The tension in the room had shifted dramatically. What had begun as a legal proceeding about Sirius Black had transformed into a public confrontation over werewolf rights and ministry abuses. The gathered crowd seemed uncertain, many clearly disturbed by the revelations about Umbridge's activities but also fearful of Greyback's obvious menace. It was a pivotal moment, Harry realized. The narrative could tip either way, toward sympathy for persecuted werewolves or toward fear that justified that persecution. This isn't about choosing sides in a war, he said, stepping forward so all could see him. It's about basic human dignity. Werewolves are people, people with a condition they didn't choose and can't change. They deserve the same rights, the same protections as any wizard or witch. Well said, Mr. Potter, came a new voice from the doorway. Albus Dumbledore stood there, resplendent in midnight blue robes, his presence immediately commanding attention. And I believe the testimonies we've heard today illustrate precisely why such rights must be protected through law rather than left to the discretion of those who abuse their authority. Umbridge seemed to physically shrink at Dumbledore's arrival. "You have no standing here. You're a fugitive from Ministry justice." "Am I?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "How curious, then, that I've just come from an emergency session of the full Wisengamot, where the charges against me were dismissed as without foundation. It seems transparency has become quite fashionable today." He moved into the room, nodding respectfully to the Wisengamot representatives before addressing the crowd. "What we have witnessed here is both a personal injustice corrected," he inclined his head toward Sirius, "and the exposure of a systemic injustice that continues. The treatment of werewolves and other magical beings represents a moral failing in our society that can no longer be ignored. The werewolf threat is real." Umbridge insisted desperately. "The public must be protected." "The only threat on display today, Dolores," Dumbledore replied calmly, "is that of unchecked authority operating in darkness. I believe it is time to bring light to these matters, including a full investigation of your experimental program and detention facilities." The momentum had shifted decisively. With Dumbledore's return and public support, Umbridge found herself increasingly isolated. Even her security detail seemed uncertain of their role now. In the midst of this changing dynamic, Greyback made his move, not an attack, but a strategic withdrawal. He signaled to his pack and began moving toward the door. "This changes nothing," he growled as he passed near Harry. "The Ministry will never accept our kind. When you realize that truth, Potter, remember who offered another path." Before anyone could respond, Greyback and his pack slipped out the door and disappeared into Hogsmeade. Harry exchanged concerned glances with Lupin. Greyback's retreat wasn't surrender, merely repositioning. The battle for the hearts and minds of Britain's werewolf population would continue. But for now, they had achieved a significant victory. Sirius stood free before the wizarding public, his name on the path to full clearing. Umbridge's secret programs had been exposed, forcing the Ministry to address them. And perhaps most importantly, the narrative around werewolves had shifted, no longer simply dangerous creatures to be controlled, but people subjected to systematic abuse. As the formal proceedings concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Harry found himself surrounded by his closest allies, Ron, Hermione, Luna, Sirius, and Lupin. "We did it," he said simply. "The first step," Lupin cautioned. "There will be resistance, backlash." "Let it come," Sirius said firmly. "We're done hiding. All of us." "What happens next?" Hermione asked practically. "Andromeda will handle the legal formalities of my exoneration," Sirius explained. "With that complete, I can claim my full inheritance, including properties suitable for establishing a proper sanctuary." "And the imprisoned werewolves at Umbridge Manor?" Harry pressed. "Dumbledore has already dispatched trusted Order members to secure the facility," Lupin assured him. "They'll be freed and offered sanctuary with us." "What about Greyback?" Ron asked the question they were all thinking. "He's not giving up." "No," Lupin agreed grimly. "Today was just a skirmish in a larger conflict. Greyback will continue recruiting for Voldemort, using the Ministry's history of persecution as his most powerful argument. Then we counter with a better alternative," Harry decided. "A community where werewolves can live safely, with dignity, neither hidden away nor exploited for someone else's war." "A sanctuary in more than name," Luna added dreamily. "A home. That's the next phase," Sirius nodded. "And it begins today." As they exited the Three Broomsticks into the bright spring sunshine, Harry felt a sense of possibility he hadn't experienced before. The path ahead remained challenging, Voldemort still lurked in the shadows, the Ministry would resist fundamental change, prejudice wouldn't disappear overnight. But something had shifted, both in the broader wizarding world and within himself. He wasn't just Harry Potter, the boy who lived, anymore. He was pack. He was family. He was part of something larger than himself, fighting not just against evil but for something good. As if reading his thoughts, Lupin placed a hand on his shoulder. "Your parents would be proud," he said quietly. Not just of what you've done, but of who you've become. Harry nodded, words temporarily beyond him. Around them, their unusual family gathered, wizards, witches, werewolves united not by blood or condition but by choice and conviction. Together, they would build something new from the ruins of the old. Together, they would howl at the darkness and declare it would not consume them. Together, they would create the world they wished to see, one where belonging transcended boundaries and love conquered fear. The pack moved forward as one, into whatever tomorrow might bring. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.